Okay, so good afternoon to you all. So we'll continue with the ecology. So we'll do a small recap. So what we saw in the last class. So ecology, we understood what is ecology. It is a interrelation between the interaction between the biotic and abiotic and abiotic and biotic. Sorry, abiotic and biotic to biotic. So in this, the first part, abiotic, biotic, this we saw. Right? So what are the various abiotic factors that influences? So from that, what we understood is abiotic factors are very critical for any species. Temperature, water, soil. So every organism is very sensitive to the abiotic factor. So where 99% of the species in this world are conformers. That is, they can only survive in that particular abiotic condition. So that means the temperature should not change, the water quality should not change, the pH of the water should not change, the soil pH has to be maintained, the soil quality has to be maintained. The same way in terms of, light, your temperature, everything has to be maintained in a particular level. Then only the organism can survive. So changes in this abiotic condition, definitely, the species cannot survive. So normally the species will try to do adaptation, like physiological, morphological and all, but that too adaptation has its own limitation. So it cannot do adaptation beyond a point. So today what we are doing is our various human activity is changing all this abiotic factor. So that is what we saw. The temperature is changing right now, climate change is happening, pollution, air is polluted, water is polluted, soil is polluted. So by and large, all the abiotic factors are getting polluted. By this, because of that reason, more than 50 to 60% of the species has become extinct in this world, either a plant species or animal species. That is what we understood from the abiotic to biotic. From the biotic to biotic, what we understood is, so when you take an ecological pyramid, it's the ecological pyramid, why we have to put all the species under a single pyramid is, it is not that one is feeding on another. That is only one interaction. Predation is only one interaction. Apart from that, there are a lot of relationship between species to species. That is, that can be a mutualistic relationship, there can be a competition, there can be amensalism, commensalism. So a lot of interaction happen between species to species. So that is what, even a single species should be conserved in any ecosystem, in a forest. Even if you disturb a single species, by chance if the single species is a keystone species, obviously the entire ecosystem will collapse. So and within the ecosystem or within any forest or ecosystem, we will find a lot of endemic species, we will find a lot of the indicator species. So everyone is doing a niche species, niche specialization. So everyone is doing a particular function. So no species has to be disturbed. At the same time, in any ecosystem, we should not introduce any other invasive species. That is what we saw lots of example. So if you introduce any exotic species, invasive species, it will totally collapse the ecosystem, or the entire ecosystem itself, the forest itself will change. Our natural species will be lost. The natural ecosystem will be lost. So that is what by and large we understood about the abiotic to biotic and biotic to biotic. Coming to the next part, ecological functioning, we understood about the pyramid. If we take any forest, how the energy flow happens. That's the first thing. So the first is energy flow. The sun's energy only transfers. So as I told you, 10% energy only transfers from one level to another level because of its restriction, because of the law of energy. And in that, the energy can flow in two directions. So the one is, it can be in the grazing food chain, that is one is eating the other. The second is detritus food chain, decomposition. So by that also, the part of the sun's energy is consumed. So ultimately, in a grazing food chain, the link, from one link to another link, the energy transfer happens. But the only problem in any food chain is, suppose if any pollutant enters into the food chain, the possibility of bioaccumulation and biomagnification will happen. So when come to the detritus food chain, decomposition function. So why decomposition has to happen? So that is what, energy can never be recycled, but whereas the materials, the nutrients are getting recycled again and again. So organism is there, after a point of time the organism dies. After the organism dies, the decomposition happens, the nutrients are getting separated, okay, like carbon, nitrogen and all, and it is getting recycled again and again. So that's how the nutrients are never lost. So again and again it comes. So after the decomposition, the nutrient comes to the soil or air, and again it goes to the new organism, and again the nutrients are getting recycled. Whereas the energy case, 90% of the energy is lost as a heat energy. That is what we saw. In the nutrient cycling, so of course we have carbon, nitrogen, hydrogen, so sulfur, potassium, so a lot of cycles we have. So for exam point of view, at least 2 to 3 cycles is more than sufficient. So the one is nitrogen cycle. I think we would have seen the nitrogen cycle. The next is carbon cycle. Am I right? So we have seen only the nitrogen cycle. Carbon cycle. So graph control. Carbon cycle. So the first thing is reservoir. So can you tell me where and all carbon is available? Carbon engella irukum. So where and all carbon is available? Yes. So air, even though air percentage is just 0.03, it is doing a very important function. Carbon in the form of carbon dioxide in the air is doing a very important function. What is that? Traps the heat. All right, the earth temperature should have been minus 18 degrees Celsius. Since carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas, it traps the heat. That is the reason today we are finding plus 18 degrees Celsius. Otherwise, the earth temperature would have been minus 18, where no life we could have seen in this. So even though the carbon dioxide is very less proportion in the atmosphere, it is doing a very important function. So anyway, it is in the air. And obviously carbon you can also find in the soil as a soil carbon. So of course in the water also the carbon is getting dissolved, and in all the organism, start from plant, animal. So our body is made up of what? Carbon. Am I right? So everything is made up of carbon. Apart from this, is there any other source the carbon is found? All plants and animal organism, including bacteria and all, will have carbon. So even when you come to a genetic material, you will have a carbon, even in the cells and all. So apart from this, is there any other carbon? Okay, in decomposition, okay, fine. So carbon dioxide comes out during the decomposition process. After that, the carbon comes out. Either it goes as air carbon dioxide or soil carbon. Apart from that, sedimentary rocks. Okay, what is the sedimentary rocks? Nothing but fossil fuels. Am I right? Fossil fuels, coal, petrol, hydrocarbons, everything. So fossil fuels, so coal, petrol, oil, in fact graphite, rocks, everywhere carbon is found. And apart from that, even in the form of carbonates, even in the marine ecosystem also, we can find the carbon in the form of carbonates, even the limestone and everything. So now we need to see from where the carbon starts, so how it moves to all the medium, and finally how it comes to the human life or various plant and animal life, and again how it goes back to the nature. That is what we need to see. So in this, the first one is carbon fixation. So first, where the carbon is fixed, how the carbon will be fixed. Where the carbon is fixed, how the carbon will be fixed. Do you know where the carbon cycle starts? Atmosphere, air, photosynthesis. Through that only the carbon dioxide is taken by the plant, where the carbon dioxide is synthesized in the plant as a carbohydrate with the presence of, by doing the photosynthesis. So carbon fixation, I will say it is photosynthesis. Very simple. It starts from photosynthesis. So in this photosynthesis, the carbon dioxide, air carbon dioxide is taken by the plant, where it is doing biosynthesis. So the second stage is biosynthesis, biological synthesis. The plant is taking the carbon dioxide, and it is converting into carbohydrate. That is called biosynthesis. So in this, the carbohydrate is moving to all the food chain. So now the plant is eaten by the herbivore is eaten by the carnivore. So by that way, the carbohydrate is moving, am I right, to all the organism. Then what has to happen? Very simple. Then organism has to die. Detritus food chain comes. So it has to go to the next one, decomposition. But here, in the decomposition, it will take two routes. See, it's not directly it will get decomposed. There is a possibility of two ways. That is, the one route is, yes, the material can get decomposed. The bacteria, fungi will decompose it, so that the carbon will get separated. Either it can come as a soil carbon, or carbon will mix with the oxygen, go out as a carbon dioxide. So the one is the decomposition happens, carbon dioxide is released. Carbon dioxide goes out. That is one. Suppose rather than getting decomposed, if the material is getting compressed under high pressure and temperature, then what will happen? It is getting converted to fossil fuel. See, if you take a plant, wood, if the wood is getting decomposed, yes, the carbon will get released. rather than wood is getting decomposition, if the wood is undergoing into high temperature and pressure, for example, if it is undergoing into the rock where high temperature and pressure is put, the wood will convert into coal. So if it is an animal organism, it will get converted into oil. Am I right? If it is something marine organism and all, it will convert into limestone. So that is how what happens, you see, when it is not decomposed, when it is undergoing high temperature and pressure under the rock, obviously it will get converted into sedimentary rocks. That's all. Very simple. So one is decomposition has to happen. Decomposition happens, okay, fine. The carbon comes out, enters into the soil, or the carbon, some of the carbon can also enter into carbon dioxide. That is one. Suppose if the decomposition does not happen, by chance if it is undergoing into high temperature and pressure, it will get converted into sedimentary rock, like limestone, coal, petrol, anything it can get converted. Okay, the last stage is temporary or carbon adding to cycle. Carbon adding to cycle. See, what is the carbon adding to cycle is? In this process, is there is any other way the carbon dioxide comes in or goes out? See, now we have seen some process, right? From the air, the carbon dioxide is taken. Now we see that. So assume that everything starts from the air. Now the air carbon dioxide is taken by the plant. So it is fixing the carbon. So in this, it is moving through the food chain. Am I right? Then after that, everyone dies. Now decomposition happens. When the decomposition happens, carbon dioxide goes out. Probably carbon dioxide goes out, or soil carbon, it goes into soil carbon. So the plant takes it. That is one. Suppose rather than if it is undergoing into high temperature and pressure, then it is getting converted into sedimentary rocks. Okay. Now my question is, apart from this, is there any other process where the carbon dioxide goes out or carbon dioxide comes in? Louder? Power plant, that is burning. By chance, if you burn a coal, the time carbon dioxide will add to the air. So I will say combustion. So for combustion, you need to burn something carbon content. Either you burn a fossil fuel or you burn any carbon content. Obviously, the carbon will react to the temperature. Yes. Yes. Carbon will mix with the temperature and come to us as a carbon dioxide. Then respiration. Respiration. In respiration, what happens? Yes. So we all respire. Even plant during the night time, it will respire. So that time it releases carbon dioxide. We respire, we release carbon dioxide. Even in the decomposition process, the bacteria, so we call they are all aerobic bacteria. This aerobic bacteria will also decompose. That time also, it will release carbon dioxide. So that's another way. Now, apart from this, is there any other way the carbon dioxide comes out? Not acid rain. Someone is saying acid rain. Acid rain, it is something different. Is there any other way the carbon dioxide comes out? Yes, volcanic eruption. So during volcanic eruption, what happens? Carbon dioxide is getting released. So how carbon dioxide comes out during volcanic eruption? See, anything carbon, if you burn only, carbon dioxide will come out. Carbon burn பண்ணா தான் carbon dioxide வரும். இல்லைனா carbon dioxide வராது. So for that, carbon has to be burnt. Now in a volcanic, some of the rocks, limestone rocks are getting burnt. By that way, carbon dioxide comes out. So this is what we call it as carbon adding to cycle. So additionally, the carbon dioxide is entering into air. By that way, the carbon dioxide is getting maintained. Okay, that is about the carbon cycle. The next is phosphorus cycle. Phosphorus cycle. So first, reservoir. So where and all phosphorus is present? Yes, most of the time, phosphorus mostly in the rock and soil. Rock and soil, and then, yes, all the organism will have phosphorus, am I right? So even all the organism will have phosphorus, even plant and animals will have phosphorus. Even you take our body, yes, our cells needs phosphorus, our bone, teeth and all has phosphorus, am I right? So that's a major source. Apart from that, phosphorus you cannot find. So when you come to the phosphorus cycle, we will see in this way, from where the phosphorus cycle starts. So where phosphorus will be abundant? Fertilizers, we produce it. Fertilizers, yes, phosphorus we have, but we produce it, we manufacture it. But naturally, where phosphorus will be found? Only in the rock. Basically in the rock. From the rock, the soil. So that's what, most of the time, it is found only in the rock in the form of phosphate. So phosphorus is found in the rock in the form of phosphate. So can you tell me, from the rock, how the phosphorus comes out? How from the phosphate phosphorus comes out? Weathering, very good. So definitely the rock has to undergo weathering. Weathering process. So because of the weathering process, what happens, you see, the phosphate is coming out as a phosphorus, so that the soil is getting phosphorus. Soil is getting phosphorus. So from the soil, when a rainwater mixes up, so the phosphorus is mixed in the rainwater, probably in the water, and that will leach away and it will enter into river bodies or lakes or ocean. So by that way, soil, water, everyone will get phosphorus. So soil will leach away, it will enter into rivers or any running water, into lake to ocean. So everywhere the phosphorus will go. And then what happens, you see, this phosphorus will be first is taken by the plant. So plant will take the phosphorus. So probably the plant is the one which is doing biosynthesis. Plant first will take the phosphorus from the soil. It will do the biosynthesis. Biological synthesis it will do. And then the phosphorus gets into all the organism. Am I right? Then it has to get into all the organism. So for example, if you want phosphorus, you have to consume some green leaves. So green leaves will have more phosphorus. And apart from that, if you want phosphorus, or otherwise we need to get as a medicine, which is derived from the rock. So from the phosphorus, we'll go to herbivore, carnivore, top carnivore. Everyone will start getting the phosphorus. Then obviously the decomposition will happen. Then all organism has to die. Decomposition is happening. So after the decomposition, the phosphorus is getting separated. The bacteria, the fungi will react on the dead organic matter. It will separate the phosphorus, and finally the phosphorus again will go to the soil and rock. That's all. Very simple. See, if you take any cycle, it will be like this only. Now, what is the difference you find between the nitrogen and carbon cycle versus the phosphorus cycle? Any difference? What difference you see here between the two nitrogen and carbon cycle versus phosphorus cycle? It has not entered into air. So normally it will not enter into air phase. Even though if it enters into air phase, it is going to be very, very meager, which is going to be very small. So that is the reason, since it happens in the soil and rock phase, we call phosphorus cycle as sedimentary cycle. If you take sulfur, that is, you need to see the source, from which source it comes. If you take sulfur, phosphorus and all, it is only from the rock. But nitrogen, carbon, oxygen and all, it comes from the air. So normally a nitrogen cycle, carbon cycle, oxygen cycle, we used to call it as gaseous cycle. This we call it as sedimentary cycle. Okay. That's how the nutrient cycle is getting closed. So now you see here. Now let's come to the conclude the pyramid. So in a pyramid, what I said was, if you take any forest, the source of energy is the sun. The sun's energy is taken by the plant in the forest. Normally, the sun's energy, how much it can take? It is only 1%. The rule is 1% law. So even you take our Western Ghats, it's only 1% of the sun's energy only it can trap. I'm not talking about only Western Ghats. The entire world, plant and tree itself can trap only 1%. 1 to 2%, normally called 1% rule. So now whatever the 1% it takes, 10% of the energy only it will transfer to the herbivore, carnivore, top carnivore, and everyone. So that is how, beyond that, you will not have any energy. So it is called 10% rule. So normally how the energy is transferred, it is only through the grazing food chain. Am I right? And now 10% is transferred. What happens to 90%? 90% it uses for its own body processes, which is lost as a heat energy loss. So where it goes, we do not know. Lost is lost. So that's how it happens. And then after a point of time, the organism has to die. When the organism dies, the decomposition, detritus food chain starts. So now here, the detritus will come, it will react, and then decomposers will come, it will react, so that the decomposition process is over, and finally the nutrients are getting separated, and the nutrients are getting recycled. And you can see that nutrients again go back to the primary producer, and again it is taken. So that means here the nutrients are getting recycled again and again, whereas the energy is never can get recycled. So please make note, energy can never be recycled, whereas energy can never be recycled. Energy can never be recycled, whereas nutrients or matter are recycled again and again. Are recycled again and again. Or recycled again and again. Okay. So now, what is the limitations of this pyramid? Yes, see, this is a theoretical model. So what we study about a forest is theoretically we are studying it. But anyway, this ecological pyramid will have a lot of limitations. So just make note, what are the limitations of pyramid? Limitations of pyramid. See, the first one is, suppose, let me take a cow. So where can I place a cow? So level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5, level 6. Can you tell me? Level 2. Okay, humans.
It is omni.
So now, humans can you place? The thing is, if you are a vegetarian, you will be here. Am I right? If you are a poultry eater, you are here. Suppose if you are a fish consumer, you are here. That too, if you are a top fish consumer, probably you are here. So that's what. Now, we cannot assign a species to a particular level. What we need to do is, we need to see what the particular species is doing the function. Based on the function only, you need to assign it. So that means every trophic level is not a species level. It is a functional level. Okay, so first point, every trophic level is not a species level, but functional level. Okay, so can you understand what I'm saying? So you need to see, if you take a species, you see what function it does. If you take a human, you see whether he is a vegetarian or non-vegetarian. So whether he's a vegetarian or whether he's a fish eater, whether he's a poultry eater. So accordingly you need to assign. Okay, so that is the first thing. Second is, sometimes if you take human can be here, human can be here, human can be here. Even you take a frog or snake, the snake will eat a grasshopper, the snake will be here, the snake will eat a grasshopper, the snake will also eat a frog. So that means, so what level you can give? So we cannot give a level. So when it eats a snake, suppose when the snake eats a grasshopper, it is here. When the snake eats a frog, it is here. So that's how a particular species may occupy 2 or more trophic level. That is not considered in the pyramid at all. We don't consider it in the theoretical pyramid. So point number 2, species occupying 2 or more level, 2 or more trophic level, species occupying 2 or more trophic level is not considered in the pyramid. Is not considered in the pyramid. Okay, at the same time, so this pyramid, our theoretical pyramid, talks only about the food chain. It does not talk about food web. Am I right? The reality in any forest is a food web. It's not a food chain. Simple food chain is not at all possible. So that's all. Food web is not included in the pyramid. Food web is not included in the pyramid. Food web is not included in the pyramid. Okay, the last one is, so okay, decomposition. So where can you have a place for decomposition? So where is you have a place for herbivore, carnivore, top carnivore, primary producer. Now where is the place of decomposer? Because decompose also consumes energy, am I right? Part of the sun's energy decompose also consumes. But where we have a place? We don't have a place at all. So even though, because the reason is decomposition happens in every level. In some book they will say decomposition is at the bottom. No, it's wrong. The meaning is totally different. So decomposition means you have to write it like this. Decomposition. So we don't have a place for decomposition because the reason is decomposition happens at every level. So the last point is DFC is not included in the pyramid. DFC is not included in the pyramid. Okay. So that is the limitations of pyramid. So the last one in the ecosystem is, so we need to see some 2 to 3 concepts. So we have to understand what is this productivity of an ecosystem, what is ecological succession, and then finally we need to also see what is that ecosystem services. So first thing we will see productivity of an ecosystem. So productivity of an ecosystem. Productivity of an ecosystem. Just I'll give a small introduction. See, this is what how a forest works, right? Theoretically, so how the energy flows in the forest, how many biodiversity we have. So in this world we have different types of forest. For example, we have a tropical rainforest, we have a deciduous forest, we have temperate deciduous, grassland, savanna, grassland, temperate grassland, taiga, tundra. I mean, we have different types of forest. In every forest, this is happening. So there may be a primary producer, herbivore, carnivore, top carnivore. Even it is for the land, even for the ocean, everything is same. Now in this, if I want to take productivity, okay, where more productivity will be there? So first thing, what is production versus productivity? First, you have to tell me the difference between production and productivity. Then only I can get into it. So production of an ecosystem, productivity of an ecosystem. So how can you differentiate between production in a forest, productivity in a forest, production on an ecosystem, productivity in an ecosystem? See, DFC is called detritus food chain.
Productivity in the sense it is effectiveness.
Productivity is something efficiency. So for example, how much biomass production is happened in an ecosystem in a forest is called production. The total amount of biomass production or the total amount of biomass is called production. Suppose the rate of biomass production is called productivity. So when I use the rate of biomass production is called productivity. For example, let me say, suppose assume this is a forest, this is another forest. Suppose assume that both are equal size. So now this forest has 100 tons of primary producers. this forest has 100 tons of primary producers or 200 tons of primary producers. Okay, this forest has 100 tons of primary producer, this forest has 200 tons of primary producer. Now this is in 2021. In 2022, if you measure it, it has increased to 120 ton. Okay, it is increased to 120 ton. If in this, it is increased to 220 ton. Okay, so how much percentage increase has happened in the forest A, forest B? From 100 ton, this is forest A, this is forest B. Let me say, in this forest A, how much productivity has done? Yes. So in the forest A, it is, so as student says, it is 20%. In the forest B, it is 10%. So where more growth is there? A and B, what is A's production is 100 ton, B's production is 200 ton, but productivity, it's high productivity. Forest A productivity is high, even though it's small size, the product next year if you see 20% increase has happened, but here it's only 10% increase has happened. This is something, for example, I'm just telling, it's a rate of biomass production. Normally, if you take a production or productivity, always they look only for primary, because everything depends on primary, right? So if there is a primary only, there can be herbivore, carnivore, top carnivore. So normally we look for primary productivity, that is, we call it as gross primary productivity. We call it as gross primary productivity, which is called GPP, gross primary productivity. It is a rate of biomass production, or rate of biomass primary production. Okay, always you know that when there is a gross, always you will have a net. Am I right? So can you tell me what would be the net? Minus losses, that's all. So we have a gross primary productivity. The net primary productivity is gross primary productivity minus whatever the losses. Probably the energy loss, respiration loss, anything you can say. Energy loss, respiration loss. So we always look for NPP for any forest. Okay, why we need to look for NPP means then only you can compare between one forest or another forest. So we have tropical rainforest, we have temperate deciduous forest, we have savanna, we have tundra, taiga, even we have our human-made agricultural land. Am I right? So in this, which will be more productive, which will be less productive? Definitely we should know. Am I right? In the various ecosystem, various forests we have in this world, we should know the comparison between which will do more productivity, which will give the year-on-year growth will be more in which ecosystem, So accordingly, you need to conserve it. Those ecosystems where the productivity is very high, yes, you need to conserve that ecosystem in a better way. So let me say it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can you give me an order? Can you guess an order from highest to lowest? Okay, 1 is highest. What is the number 2 will be? Okay, 4. The next is, let me say also 7, desert. So here someone says 6. Okay, someone says 6. Okay, then 2, 3, 5, 7. So this is the order I have given. Now, see, we don't want to confuse. It has been calculated scientifically, and a graph is there, which is that particular order you have to follow. So we have another student who is giving order 1, 6, 2, 3, 7, 4, 5. So another student has given this order. Now let's see which is the order. So please make note. If you take a terrestrial ecosystem, If you take a terrestrial ecosystem, you can see here swamps and marshes, tropical rainforest. Swamps and marshes, tropical rainforest. See, both are equal. So the highest productivity is our tropical rainforest. Swamps and marshes is nothing but wetland. Okay. The second is, number 2 is temperate deciduous forest. Temperate deciduous forest, number 2. Number 3 is taiga. You see, taiga productivity is more even than the savanna. Taiga. Number 4 is savanna. That is tropical grassland. Number 5 comes the agriculture land. Number 5 comes the agriculture land. Number 6 is temperate grassland. Number 6 is temperate grassland. Number 7 is tundra. Number 7 is tundra. Number 8 is desert. Desert and extreme dry desert. So this order always keep in mind. Okay, now come to the aquatic. When you come to aquatic, the highest productivity is again our wetland, estuaries. So that means even the swamps and marshes is also wetland, estuary is also wetland. So that means globally, wetlands are the highest productivity. That is the reason Ramsar Convention is trying to promote this wetlands. Estuaries. Next to estuaries comes the lakes and streams. Lakes and streams. Lakes and streams. The next is continental shelf. The next is continental shelf. Then comes the open ocean. Then comes the open ocean. Okay. So this is the order always we have to keep in mind. Okay, now come to the land versus aquatic. Suppose if I say production, where production will be more, whether it will be more in the land or in the aquatic. Logical. Land. So land is only 30%, but water is 70%. Am I right? So obviously the more production is only in the aquatic. Yes, aquatic will have the maximum production. Suppose productivity year-on-year growth. So productivity year-on-year growth will be more where? Yes, obviously it is in the land. So in the water it will be less. That is what, if you take a productivity, approximately they say that 160 tons of productivity happens every year in this world. In that, more than 90 tons only come from the land, even though land is only 30%. The reason is land has soil, direct sunlight, so nutrients and all easily uptake can happen. So land facilitates the growth. That is what land productivity is always very high. So year-on-year growth will be better only in the land, not in the water. Okay, so that is how the difference between production and productivity. Okay, this is called the productivity of an net NPP. Always we calculate only the NPP, net primary productivity of an ecosystem. The next is ecological succession. The next is ecological succession. ecological succession. See, what is the meaning of succession? What is the meaning of, what is the just a literal English meaning of succession? So one after another, am I right? One generation after another. So probably you're a successor to your father, am I right? But here in ecological succession is, so when one life system is over and another life system, new life system comes. That is what we call succession. Or anything one is dead, again a new system comes, a new life emerges. Normally we call it as succession. So how to understand this succession is, I will give a just basic thing. Suppose assume that go back to billion years where Earth was formed. So that time the Earth was completely a hot rock. The Earth was completely a hot rock. So where slowly it got cooled down and then we started getting soil. In fact, we didn't have any soil. Okay, even we don't have any oxygen. Oxygen is also not there. So like that, the condition was totally different. Anyway, I will say that it is an environment condition 1. It has a different abiotic. Air quality was different, temperature was different, water quality was different. I'm right. There was no soil. There's light intensity was different. But even though it has a different environmental condition, there is something called natural selection, Darwin natural selection. So what is the Darwin natural selection? Darwin natural selection says that whatever the condition may be, according to the condition, a set of organism will develop. Okay, so whatever the condition may be, if air is not there, suppose let me say that if oxygen is not there, yes, anaerobic bacteria will come. That is what in the lake is happening. So when the lake is getting polluted, when all the oxygen in the lake is depleted, then all the aerobic bacteria, all the aerobic organism dies, and then a new bacteria comes. That is anaerobic bacteria. So that is the same logic. Now, for that particular environmental condition, we will get some set of species. Let me say species 1, species 2, species 3, species 4. A new set of species will emerge. Naturally, will get selected for that environment, whatever the environmental condition. Whether it's a harsh climate, whether it's very hot, whether it's very cold, does not matter. According to that environment, naturally, some organism will get selected and it will survive in that particular organism. So now, this organism, the first organism to dominate the earth, because this is the first organism to come on the earth, normally we call this organism as pioneer species. Because they are pioneer. They are the first one to come. So the first set of organism, we call it as a pioneer species. Now this species, what it has to do? It has to adapt to this environment. Now it will adapt to this environment and finally it will become equilibrium to this environment. So what is that equilibrium to the environment is? I will say that this is the best species adapted to this best environment. So normally when the species is best adapted to that environment, we call that species as, that means we call that entire community as climax community. That is, the climax community is reached. That is, these are the best species for that best environment. That is called climax community. But okay, anyway, it will be over. No. The problem is the environment is keep on changing. Am I right? See, once upon a time we had a hot age, then got a cold age, then last time we got icy age. Now we are moving to another hot age. Again another icy age will come. So environment is keep on changing. The temperature is changing, air quality is changing, water will be changing. Am I right? Soil will be changing. So now a new environment will come. Slowly the environment will change. The environment will not be constant. A new environment will come. Let me say it's a E2. And now when a new environment comes, what the species will do? The species will also try to adapt to the new environment. So it will try to change its genetic material and it will try to adapt to the new environment. So that time, whether all the species can adapt? No. That is what Darwin says, survival of the fittest. Those species who can, adapt, they survive. Those species who cannot adapt, they become extinct. So now in this, some will get eliminated and the another 1 and 2 will come. S1 and S4 is coming to the next level. Okay, so now it comes to the next level. Then what will happen, you see, it will also do intermating and finally a new species called S5, S8 will come. Now it will again, it will come, it will become equilibrium to that. Again, it will become a climax community. Okay, then again another new environment changes. Then again this will change, some will get extinct and again, so this completely, this is called ecological succession. So this is a broad level ecological succession. Normally, so the first time when a succession takes place, we call it as a primary succession. Because this happens in the first time. It is called primary succession. So rest other everything, we call it as secondary succession. Secondary succession. Okay. So now we will see how the succession takes place in the land and water. Now, see here, when the earth was a bare rock, so it was completely bare rock, so there is no soil and all. So that time, the first species to dominate is called pioneer species. So what was the pioneer species? Lichens. Already I told you, no? Lichens. So lichens, mosses, MOSSES, mosses. Normally these are the first species to dominate the earth. So on the rock, where there is no soil at all. So already I told you, lichens is a symbiotic association between algae and fungi. Am I right? So normally it will do photosynthesis. The fungi will provide the nutrient. By that way, it produces a chemical. That chemical used to enter the rock. It was responsible for chemical weathering of the rock. So now that is what the pioneer species lichens come. So now lichens, then various weathering and all happens. Slowly we start getting a small soil layer. When there was a small soil layer, so according to the soil layer, some set of species will come. So what is that called? Bryophyta. That is the plant, floating plant without roots. So that comes, small soils and all will come. That is what small annual plants and lichens and all will be there. Then when many years goes on, slowly what happens, you see, the soil layer increases. Erosion process and all happening, weathering is happening. So plant also grows, it starts giving oxygen. Am I right? Slowly oxygen comes out. So now a new set of plant will come. So according to the environment. So now you can see a soil layer increases. So by the time the grasses and all will come. Grasses and all will come. And then what happens, you see, when many years goes on, soil layer increases, then we start getting some young forest. Young forest. Young forest is nothing but, it is nothing but some grasses, shrubs, and some medium trees and all will come. Okay, then finally a point will come where more soil layer will come. That is the maximum soil layer comes, where we can find large trees and everything. That is something called climax community. It will end up with the climax community. It will end up with the climax community. Okay. So that's how it comes. So this is something we call this entire process as primary succession. Because from the bare rock, we are getting a climax community. We are getting a good soil layer where the large trees and plants grow up or shows up. That is nothing but climax community is reached. So the same thing you see here. So you can see an exposed rock. So lichens dominates, then weeds come, slowly floating plants comes, some weeds and grasses comes, shrubs comes, then young forest come, finally the temporary deciduous forest. So this is something we call primary succession. Suppose if this climax community is getting distracted naturally or by human activity, then what will happen? Assume that the entire tree is wiped off. Suppose the human is doing deforestation. Now we are cutting the trees and everything. Or a natural disaster happens, all the trees are getting, cyclones or earthquake happens, all the trees are getting compressed. Now what will happen?
So since the trees are getting destroyed, in the sense that carbon dioxide is not being absorbed by this.
Yeah, yes, that is one. But what will be the next stage? Whether again it will grow or not? Again the plant species will come. But now here already you have a good layer of soil. You have a different abiotic condition. Now in the secondary succession, that is normally called secondary succession, it is going to be very fast. That is within few days. Now hereafter again you will not see lichens and all. Within few days we will start getting grasses, and then shrubs will come, then again young pine will come, again the final forest community or climax community will come. So that's what you can see here. So once a secondary succession, the secondary succession starts with the soil, because already you have a good layer of soil. So in that, grasses and weeds and all will come. Immediately within a few days of time, shrubs will come, and then 4 or 5 years young forest will come. Within 10 to 15 years you can find again a new large forest will come into the picture. So this we call it a secondary succession. So normally the difference is primary succession starts on a bare rock, secondary succession begins with the soil. Always primary succession is very slow. It will take many years, thousands and thousands of years it will take, but whereas secondary succession, it will be very rapid, because since it starts with the soil, all the abiotic conditions are very conducive, immediately it will grow up. Okay, that is called the succession. Primary succession and secondary succession on a land. So ultimately it will end up in a climax community, a particular forest. According to the forest, according to the primary producer, we will start getting a herbivore, carnivore, top carnivore, all the community will come. Normally we call that as a climax community. Okay, so what will happen in a water body? See now, you see here, so this is a lake. Now I leave the lake for many years, thousands and thousands of years. Slowly erosion process and all will happen. Slowly the deposit will come at the bottom, right? So what happens, you see, after some point of time, the deposit increases. Slowly we will start getting some bryophyta. And then many years, thousands and thousands of years goes on, the deposit further increases, and then we started getting some, higher plants, little higher plants. Then more the soil layer comes, we started getting grasses, shrubs. Then slowly you start getting a young forest, and finally you see it will end up in a climax community. So that is what they say, whether it is a land or water. So it does not matter whether it is a land or water. That is, if it is a dry or wet, does not matter. It will come to a condition called, if you allow it for many years, it will come to a condition called mesic condition. It will come to a condition called mesic condition. See, what that mesic condition is? That is, it is neither too dry nor too wet. That is called mesic condition. It is neither too dry nor too wet. That is called mesic condition. And then finally, it will end up in the climax community. It will end up in the climax community. Okay, this is how most of the forest would have occurred. So everything is part of ecological succession. Even a forest is getting destructed, again the forest will grow back, and finally it will come. Okay. So pioneer species in aquatic and all, some algae will come. Algae, some floating plants, that and all will come. Okay, that is called succession. So the last one is ecosystem services. The last one in the ecology is ecosystem services. Okay, what is that ecosystem services is? That is what nature gives to us for free of cost, in the both by the abiotic or biotic or in this interaction, is called ecosystem services. So for example, so you can see, you don't know, right? You can have you can see it. So let me say flood prevention. I will say it's ecosystem services. Okay, who's preventing the flood? Wetlands. So wetland is a very important function. It is preventing the flood. Apart from that, when you come to the coastal region, mangroves is preventing the flood. Am I right? So preventing the flood as well as the event tidal action, tsunami action and all, mangroves prevented. 2004 tsunami, if you remember, the Andaman Nicobar was much saved only because of the mangrove. If mangrove was not there, Andaman Nicobar would have been much more destructed. Even this Gaja cyclones and all, it's only the mangrove who takes a lot of shock. So the wetlands like mangroves, corals, these and all plays a ecosystem services role. Okay, so now soil formation, you take bacteria. There are a lot of bacteria. What the bacteria do? They of course they do decomposition and finally they create a soil. So which is ecosystem services. Now water purification, water quality and supply. If you take even a wetland is also purifying the water. At the same time, the rainwater, which the nature gives us, is a ecosystem services. So pest and disease regulation. If you take a birds control a lot of diseases. Vulture is doing a scavenging function, am I right? So vulture, since it eats all the dead organism, so by that way the plague and different types of bacterial infection or viral infection does not come. So that is doing ecosystem services. Even so the roadside dog, even though we don't have a direct connection with the roadside dog, it is doing ecosystem services. Anything dead, it will consume it, so that it prevents us from some diseases. And habitat, the place we survive itself is a ecosystem services. The fish we get is ecosystem services. The wetland do waste regulation. All the waste, the ocean takes it, is ecosystem services. The food and fiber, agriculture, you take pollination. So agriculture is possible only because of insects, bees. So insects and bees only do the pollination. That's the reason agriculture production happens. Again, the bee, what it does is a ecosystem services. The soil and nature, what gives agriculture food is ecosystem services. The recreation, tourism. Billions and billions of worth of tourism is purely dependent on the nature. We sustain it. It's ecosystem services. Now, climate regulation. So everything we can put under the concept of ecosystem services. The entire nutrient recycling is ecosystem services. Just imagine, can we do this? Can we replicate this process? No. Is it possible for us to do the entire nutrient recycling for the entire world? No, it's not possible. So is it possible to bring a clear water? Yes, it's possible to bring a clean water, but how much money we need to spend? Okay, in order to create a soil, yes, we can also do it, but how much money we need to spend? So all these are given, by free of cost. So if you take this ecosystem services, they have also calculated a value that will run into trillions and trillions of dollars. Okay, which will surpass our GDP like anything. So that is given to us just for the free of cost. That is what. So normally this ecosystem services, there is one assessment which is called Millennium Ecosystem Assessment. They have divided that ecosystem services into four types. The first type is called provisioning services. Provisioning services. See, provisioning means anything energy output. Energy output is called provisioning. So for example, if you get a material or energy output in any ecosystem, we call that as a provisioning services. So under the provisioning services, you can make note, one is food. The agriculture production is a provisioning service. Number two, the raw material. Am I right? So wood, fuel, biofuel, plant oil. So plant species, cultivated plant species, wildlife. So any product derived from the wildlife, everything, all the raw material is also a provisioning service. Number three, fresh water. Number four, medicinal resources. Number four is medicinal resources. So all the four comes under the provisioning services. That is energy output. The number two is regulating services. Regulating services, that is regulation. So not nature regulates, one is local climate and air quality. Local climate and air quality. Number two, carbon sequestration and storage. That is, plant absorbs a lot of carbon dioxide, am I right? Which is helping us from climate change. Carbon sequestration and storage. Number three, moderation of extreme weather events. Moderation of extreme weather events. Okay, and apart from that, wastewater treatment. wastewater treatment is another regulating service, and then erosion prevention, soil fertility. Erosion prevention, maintenance of soil fertility. That's another ecosystem services. Regulating, that comes under the regulating services. Okay, there is a second category. The third category is habitat or supporting services. Habitat or supporting services. Habitat or supporting services. In that, the first one is habitat, the place we survive. The place we survive, that's called the habitat. The second is maintenance of genetic diversity. Maintenance of genetic diversity, that is also an habitat or supporting services. Okay, so at the end of the session, I will share all the slides in your Telegram group. The last one is cultural services. So first is recreation, physical and mental health. So for example, so you are playing sports in the green space, doing physical exercise in the green space. So that is giving the mental and physical health. It's also given by the nature. Good air, everything. Second is tourism. So $900 billion of tourism worth, US billion dollars of tourism worth is based on the ecosystem, biodiversity. Okay, the next is aesthetic appreciation and inspiration of culture, art and design. Aesthetic appreciation and inspiration of culture, art and design. So if you take cultures and art, mostly it is derived only from the nature, am I right? Even you take a poet, so the poet talks something about the nature, again he takes the sources only from the nature. So that is what inspiration for the culture, art and design. That's another thing. The last one is spiritual experience and sense of place. Some mountains, some caves and all, some forest and all has a spiritual experience, am I right? Some Himalayas and all. So that is also given by the nature. So if you calculate like that, if you calculate into a cost, it runs into trillions and trillions of dollars. So that is how they have, calculated. That is not something they call it as a accounting of ecosystem services. So there are many accounting of ecosystem services. In that they found that the ecosystem services, the nature, what it gives us in the form of biotic and abiotic information interaction runs into trillions and trillions worth of dollars. Okay, all we can put under the concept of ecosystem services. Okay, see Mesic condition. Yes, Mesic condition is applicable to terrestrial as well as aquatic. Everything is that is what, whether it's a land or water, everyone will come to an intermediate condition which is called Mesic condition. Finally, it will enter into a climax community. Okay, so that is about the ecology and ecosystem. So now we'll see some questions. So these are some of the questions from ecology and ecosystem. So normally we will get 2 questions or sometime even 3 questions from this ecology and ecosystem. So with reference to food chain in ecosystem, consider the following statements. So see the statement, read the statement carefully, go by process of elimination, tell me what would be the answer. Tell me what is your answer. Okay. So some has given C as answer, A as answer. So okay, let's go. Statement 1. A food chain illustrates the order in which chain of organisms feed upon each other. Yes, that is what? That's a food chain. So one statement is true. So according to us, so that's what we need to go for elimination. So anyway, D is eliminated. So answer should be ABC. Now, food chain are found within the population of a species. Whether the food chain or population in the species. So that is what a very basic level. So if you see the 6th standard book, in fact, purposefully I didn't show the slide. If you see the hierarchy, you see how the hierarchy starts? See, everything starts from the, you see here, everything starts from the atoms, right? You see here, everything starts from the atom. So from the atom, what comes is a molecule. So everything starts with the atom. So atom to molecule. So till this, it's a physical. Then what we get is a specialized living cell. Am I right? So cell is a basic unit of life. So from there onwards, life starts. So the molecule comes in a different form. So within a cell, you have different, atoms and molecules of hydrogen, nitrogen, phosphate, and everything. So now when the cell joins together, it is called the tissue. Am I right? When the tissue and all join together, it is called the organ. So when multiple organ comes into a picture, that's called body system. That's what a system, it's a brain, so heart, so all comes as a system. Then finally, it comes as a organism. Now, a success of an organism is what? Any success of an organism is not only survival, but also creates its own population. So that's what it has to create its population. If it's an elephant, elephant has to create its population. If it's a tiger, tiger has to create its population. Now, when multiple population comes, it's called community. Now the tiger, elephant, deer will come in a thing, it's community. Now when it is interacting with the abiotic, we call it the ecosystem. Multiple ecosystem joins together, which is called the biosphere. So now the food chain of any species found in the population. Whether one elephant is eating another elephant. No, it cannot. Am I right? So it can be found only in the community, not in the population. So definitely statement 2 is wrong. So this is a very basic level. If you know the basic sciences, the difference between what is population, what is community, that itself is more than sufficient to answer this. So obviously when you know, okay, when you know the statement 2 is wrong, then the answer is only A, one only. You see the third statement, a food chain illustrates the number of each organism which are eaten by other. Whether it says how many number it eats, no, it is eating this, this is eating that, that's all. I mean, that too, it's a food web. So statement 3 is also wrong. Answer is A, one only. Okay, come to the second one, just read it. It was a 2011 question. Which one of the following terms describes not only the physical space occupied by an organism, but also its functional role in the community of organism? Yes, niche, functional role. I told you, no, niche species is a one. So to see what function it does in that particular habitat. So it is nothing but ecological niche. So B for Bombay. Okay, it is not C. Habitat is a place where it survives. But what function it does, I told you the difference, clear difference between habitat and versus niche. Habitat is a place where a species survive. Niche is a species, what function it does in that particular habitat. And the habitat அது என்ன வேலை பண்ணுது? That's called something called the niche. So obviously answer is B. Ecotourism we will see. So in the next chapter we will see that. Because many concepts are there. Okay, which one of the following is a correct sequence of ecosystem in the order of decreasing productivity? So you have to tell highest to lowest. Decreasing productivity. See, I'm right. So highest productivity is mangrove. Anyway, answer should be B or C. So you see here, mangrove, ocean, grassland, lake. Mangrove, grassland, lake, ocean. And ocean means open ocean. So obviously, ocean should be the least productivity. So that means answer is C, not A. Answer is C. Highest to lowest. Okay, not lowest to highest. Lowest to highest means descending. If they say increasing productivity means you can say answer A. But here you need to see it's a decreasing productivity. So answer is C. Okay, this is it's a biology question. Which of the following or which of the above are pollinating agent? Yes, all the above. Bat, bee, birds, everyone will do pollination. Okay, D for Delhi. Lichens represent symbiotic relationship. This they asked 2 times, 2 to 3 times they asked this. Algae and fungi. Am I right? A for apple. Okay, now try this. So read it carefully. Which of the following add carbon dioxide to the carbon cycle on the planet Earth? C. Yes, volcanic eruption. Yes, carbon is added to the source, that is air. Respiration is also right. Decay of organic matter is also right. Okay. Then see this. The Millennium Ecosystem Assessment describes the major categories of ecosystem services as provisioning, supporting, regulating, cultural. Which one of the following is supporting services? Maintenance of diversity, maintenance of genetic diversity. Okay, so that's how answer is D. So this is the type of question generally we will get in the ecology ecosystem. Okay, so we'll take just a 5 minutes break and then we will get into the next chapter, types of ecosystem, terrestrial ecosystem. See, photosynthesis will not come. The reason is during the photosynthesis, air is taken. Am I right? There is carbon dioxide is taken. Carbon dioxide is not given. So that's the reason photosynthesis will not come. Whereas volcanic respiration, all carbon is given out to the air. But in a photosynthesis, air carbon dioxide is taken. So it is removing from the cycle. It is not adding to the cycle. Yes, any decay of organic matter is also part of cycle only. Okay, shall continue. Okay. So the first is some clarification we'll do it. So whether this ecological succession is universal. Yes, it is universal. Whether it will have the same type of species, no. So it cannot have. See, the succession happens in the temperate forest, definitely will be different in the subpolar region. It will be totally different in the tropical region. So ecological succession, that is what I told very clearly. What is that particular environmental factor? When you come to tropical climate, the tropical climate abiotic factor is different. So according to that abiotic factor, we will find some set of species. So when you come to a tundra, that abiotic condition is totally different. So that is the reason we find another set of species. So it is only the climate will define. Okay. So we cannot find all the, see, as an example, I told that temperate deciduous. So the oak, chestnut trees and all what I showed is just an example. Okay. But please keep in mind that is just an example for a tropical, for a temperate deciduous. But the same thing can also happen. A different set of things can happen in a tropical rainforest. A different set of things can happen in a desert. So according to that particular abiotic factor, some set of species will come. That is how you have to take it. So we cannot find the same, succession everywhere. Yes. See, it will come actually. Before that, they will use it for some other thing. See, when any shifting cultivation, when you do a destruction, and after that, if you don't disturb, then it is okay. Definitely the growth will come. Again, the trees will start. Again, the grasses will start, shrubs will start, trees will come. But the only exception in case of a tropical rainforest. In tropical rainforest, if you cut the tropical rainforest, then again the regrowth of the tropical rainforest is not so possible. So we are going to see that. Okay, now coming to the terrestrial ecosystem. The next topic is ecosystem types. Biomass, plant. The total amount of biomass production. Primary producers. So when I say about production or productivity, here I talk about biomass production. That is what I do know. The rate of biomass production is called productivity. Biomass of a plant. So coming to the ecosystem types, so we have to see two types of ecosystem. One is terrestrial, the next is aquatic. So for this, geography is very, very essential, because from this, if they ask any question on terrestrial, so definitely you will find, if there are three statements, definitely one statement will be from geography, two statements will be from ecology. So in the terrestrial ecosystem, we are going to discuss the various ecosystems or various biomes, like from tropical rainforest to till tundra, taiga. So anyway, in geography also they would have told you, but here we are going to see from the ecological point of view. Okay, some basic level we are going to see. So UPSC only asked in a very basic level. Okay, that is what we are going to see. So for this, first you have to be very clear in the geography part. So you have to read climatology. Okay, so you should know what is the pressure belt and wind belt. So that defines the different temperature. In turn, that defines the different, habitat. So if you come to equator, so you have to tell why equator has a tropical rainforest. So what is the climatic condition in the equator? Then from the tropical rainforest, if you move, so you'll find a tropical deciduous forest. Then further you move, you will find a tropical grassland. That is nothing but savanna. Go above, that is desert. Further go above, when you come to a temperate belt, you find a temperate deciduous, and then you will find a temperate grassland. Then you can find taiga. Then on the top you will find tundra, and above that what you find is the polar desert. Polar desert, that is the ice caps. So these are the two different ecosystems we have. So normally you have to see from the, geography part. Okay, so these are the different ecosystems, the different colors it is given. So you can find, when you come to the equatorial belt, you can find a tropical rainforest. So further you go above, tropical deciduous you will find, then you can find savanna, then grasslands. Then what happens, you see, further go above, so temperate deciduous, temperate grasslands, then taiga, tundra. Then above that what you have is the polar desert. Okay, so now you can take like this. So in order to Let me take this as rainfall. Let me take the x-axis as a rainfall. Let me take this y-axis as a temperature. Okay, just to keep in your mind very easily. So assume this towards the left side it is high. Towards the right side it is low. Okay, so in the down it is high, low. So that is high temperature, low temperature, high rainfall, low rainfall. Now let's take our earth. Just come to the equatorial belt. In equatorial belt, what is the climatic condition you will find? High temperature and high rainfall. Alright. So obviously, if you have a high temperature, high rainfall, what you are going to find is a tropical rainforest. Now, little bit move above some 10-degree belt. Anyway, more or less the same temperature is going to get maintained. Because if you take our sun, so we have TOC, TOCP, am I right? Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn. So at any point of time, so yearly twice on the equator you will find the maximum heat. On the June 21st, you will find the maximum heat will be on the Tropic of Cancer, and then December 21st, you will find in the Tropic of Capricorn. So anyway, this is going to receive the maximum temperature. Tropics is going to receive the maximum temperature. So that is what, when you further move above, so more or less the same temperature is going to be maintained, but rainfall is going to reduce. Because the maximum rainfall is going to be only in the tropical region, 10-degree latitude, which is because of the convection rainfall. Probably in geography they have told you. So that's what, the same temperature is maintained, but rainfall further reduces. I'm moving towards the low, which is tropical deciduous forest. Okay, now further you move above. Yes, more or less the same temperature is maintained, but the rainfall further reduces. So it is getting converted into savanna, grassland. It is getting converted into savanna. So further you go above, yes, we come to the high pressure belt. So where there is no cloud, so directly the sunlight enters. So because of that, high temperature is maintained, but rainfall almost becomes 10 centimeter, 20 centimeter. So rainfall further reduces, then it becomes desert. So further it is dry desert. Because there are some deserts like Atacama Desert and all, where it is going to be very, very less. Okay, so that's how. So now, then you cross to the temperate belt. So when you move to the temperate belt, you know that the temperature reduces because the angle of insolation reduces. So if you can find the sun's direct heat is only going to be 90-degree heat, which is the maximum heat, is going to be only between the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn. So when you go to the temperate belt, it is going to come as an inclined manner. The angle of insolation changes, so the inclination reduces. Because of that, anyway the temperature comes down. So definitely this temperature you cannot find in the temperate belt. So obviously what is going to happen, you see, it is going to start with only temperate deciduous forest. So that's what it is going to start with, temperate deciduous forest. So there is no possibility of a rainforest. But anyway, we have a concept what is called temperate rainforest. That's very meager. So then further you go above, again the temperate deciduous forest, the same temperature is maintained, rainfall further reduces, it is getting converted into temperate grassland. It's called prairie, steppe, different names we give it. Am I right? So further you go above, the same temperature is maintained, again this reduces, it is come as a desert, temperate desert. Okay, now further you go above, you come to the polar belt, subpolar belt. In the subpolar belt, you will find the temperature is also reduced, rainfall is also reducing. So you will find a single largest vegetation, that is taiga. Nothing but coniferous forest. Taiga. The entire stretch will have taiga. So further you go above, what you find is the tundra. Further you go above, the temperature and rainfall reduces. Almost what you find is the polar desert. Polar desert. So this is a rough thing. So from here, if you move on, these are the different types of vegetation we can find. Okay, so whether the same logic is present in the mountain. So I think 7 years back there was a UPSC question. The question is, so there is a tree called oak and chestnut. Normally this oak and chestnut, you can find it only in the temperate deciduous forest. It's a temperate deciduous forest. It's in the European country. Oak, chestnut, maple, beech and all. So the question was, is it possible to find oak and chestnut in India? India is a completely tropical, am I right? So how it is possible to find a oak and chestnut in India? In India, how it is possible to find a temperate deciduous forest? Higher altitude. When you come to the top of the mountain, let me take this as a mountain. Yes, at the lower part of mountain, you may have a tropical deciduous forest or tropical rainforest. Further you go above, immediately the tropical rainforest will convert into a temperate deciduous forest. Further you go above, you will start seeing that trees will change into a conical shape. Even if you go to the mountain, top of the mountain and all, slowly the tree will change into conical shape. So further you go above, what you find is the tundra, nothing but alpine. So whatever we find in this latitude, the same thing we can also find it on the top of the mountain. Okay. And one thing you need to keep in mind. So you can see here. So when I say tropical rainforest, so probably the 0 degree belt will have tropical rainforest. So when I say a 0 degree belt has a tropical rainforest, or 10 degree north and south will have a tropical rainforest, don't think that everywhere it will be a tropical rainforest. That is a belt where you can find most of the tropical rainforest. So here you can find a tropical rainforest, but you cannot find it here. See, here you can find a tropical rainforest, Amazon forest, which is richest forest, but whereas not here. Why? Not high altitude. High altitude is only one reason. Not only that, nearby, what is the ocean you have? Water current. So if you have a cold water, wind direction is very important, and also water current is also important. Suppose if the wind direction does not come here, because it is the wind brings you most of the rainfall, at the same time your convection also does it. So here I need to see, suppose the water is something, a cold water, definitely the cold current, it will not have moisture, so rainfall is going to be very minimum. So that time it's not possible to find a tropical deciduous forest, probably a tropical evergreen forest, it can be a tropical deciduous forest or grassland. So that's how you should not assume that if it's a desert, you should not take everything as a desert. For example, see, this is a desert belt. You see Rajasthan and all desert, but apart from that, you see here, actually this is a desert belt, but in India we don't have a desert here. Why? Not high altitude. High altitude nalo irukkum avasiyam illaya. That is one thing, but anyway that could be a desert also, no? So why, the question is, why it is not having a desert? See, the southwest monsoon that comes most of the time, you can see here, the Bay of Bengal branch gives rainfall to the entire Himalayan mountain. So since I have a rainfall here, deserts cannot be found. Okay, so even though our global pressure belt and wind belt will decide it, apart from that you need to also see the current, okay, and also you need to see the ocean current and also the wind movement directions. Okay, monsoon concept at all you need to see. So that you have to see from the geography point of view. Okay, now we will directly get into different ecosystem. The first one, tropical rainforest. Tropical rainforest. Anyway, I hope that you know the climatic condition, but just I will give you the climatic condition and distribution. So where we have, so tropical rainforest, so this is our equator belt. So normally we will find in the 10 degree north and south. So climatic condition, just make note, 10 degree north and south. Okay, even though 10 degree north and south, below 1000 meter altitude. See, even if you come to a Amazon forest, if you have a mountain, So only up to 1000 meter only you can find tropical rainforest. Beyond 1000 meter, the tropical rainforest will get converted into temperate deciduous forest. So 1000 meter altitude. Okay, so what is the rainfall you receive? Mostly it's a convection rainfall. So what is the amount of rainfall we receive here? 200 to 400 centimeter rainfall. So what is the temperature we find? 25 degrees Celsius approximately. Am I right? 25 degrees Celsius. And we can find 80% humidity. Because of the rainfall, we will find 80% humidity. So the distribution, if we take, yes. So the one is our Amazon forest, which is one of the richest forests, the lung of the planet. So then we have the Western African forest, and then you can find the entire East Asian forest. Okay, sometimes India, Western Ghats also, sometimes they will call, but actually we call that as a evergreen forest. Sometimes here, the Northeast Himalayas, so connected to Burma, Indonesia and all, is a tropical rainforest. Sometimes Western Ghats also, in some book they will say it's a tropical rainforest. But actually we call that as a tropical evergreen forest because it is not in that latitude. Okay, so now we have to see so climatic factors and all you have to see from the geography. We will see some of the basics of plant vegetations and some adaptation, basic adaptation. Okay, how a tropical rainforest will look. So it looks like this, am I right? So if you see from the top, the tropical rainforest looks like this. You see it's completely covered. You see it seems like a grass, am I right? But actually it's a aerial view. Okay, so what is that? How a tropical rainforest is? If you take this as a ground level, normally the tropical rainforest trees will grow very tall and then form a large canopy. So another tree will grow, form a large canopy. So another tree will go, large canopy. So now it is formation of canopies, canopy like umbrella. So it is not a single canopy, it is a multi-layered canopy. Okay, so the point one is formation of multi-layered canopies. Formation of multi-layered canopy. So in different layers, suppose if it's a multi-layer means in different layer, different set of species will be there. Different niche specialization will be there. So where it will do a particular functional role in that particular ecosystem. So that's how it is a multi-layered canopy. So now it's completely covered with canopy. So that is what the picture you have seen. So that's the reason the sunlight cannot penetrate. So if you come to the ground level, of course, there is no sunlight or pale light at ground level. So when you come to the ground level, so definitely, because completely canopy formation, so you cannot find any sunlight, or probably sunlight entry is not possible. So no sunlight entry. So that is what you will find a pale light. So just you walk in the tropical rainforest, it will be dark. You cannot find completely the shadow. You cannot find, lighting. Suppose if any branches and all is broken, that time light will enter. Okay. So by and large, I will say that it's completely canopy formation. Sunlight will not enter. So that is what, when the sunlight does not enter, most of the time in the lower level, the vegetation is going to be sparse vegetation. So the next point is sparse vegetation at ground level. sparse vegetation as ground level. What is it? Is less vegetation. So you don't have much vegetation at the ground level. Okay, vegetation is going to be very less. So what type of trees you can find? Plants. Since you don't have sunlight, most of the time you can find lot of climbers and epiphytes. The reason is it will climb, it will come down, and it will take the sunlight. So that's what domination of climbers and epiphytes. So the next point is domination of climbers and epiphytes. Domination of climbers and epiphytes. Okay, so by chance, anyway, climbers and epiphytes will be there. So by chance, anyway, you may find some plants and all. So if you find a plant, if you take a leaf, so how the plant and leaf will be in the ground level? So anyway, the ground level plants and leaves will be very less. So that is what a lot of dominant, commensalistic relationship like epiphytes and climbers will be there. But despite of that, you will find here and there plants. You will find a lot of plants at the lower level. So if you find a plant and leaf, so how the plant and leaf will be, especially how the leaf will be. So whether the leaf will be, broad, whether it be light green or dark green. Light green. See, again, you need to apply only the logic. See, it is completely a canopy. Am I right? It's completely dark. Suppose if it's completely dark, then how it can do photosynthesis? The light is going to be pale light. Less light is going to increase. So that is what the plant has to be adapted in such a way that even in the less light, it has to do photosynthesis. So what it can do? It can increase the chlorophyll content. The chlorophyll content only gives a green color for the plant. So normally the leaves and all, if you see, it is going to be dark green leaves. Dark green leaves. The leaves is going to be dark green leaves. Because the reason is it has to do photosynthesis. So for that, it will try to increase the chlorophyll content. By that way, chlorophyll only gives the color, am I right? Green color, so that it can do the photosynthetic activity effectively in the less light. Okay, now how the leaf will be? The leaf, whether it will be a broad leaf or small leaf, thin leaf, how the leaf will be? Leaf எப்படி இருக்கும்? Broad, short, thin, small leaf. Why it should be small leaf? Broad leaf. Huh? Why it has to reduce by? Here you have, see, it's a convectional rainfall. You are going to find 400 centimeter rainfall. If the water loss happens, what is going to happen? Nothing is going to happen. So here there's no need to balance the transpiration loss and all. So the leaf, whether it's going to be a broad leaf, whether it's going to be a thin leaf or small leaf. Just imagine, it is a 400 centimeter rainfall. I'm right, 200 to 400 centimeter rainfall. Suppose if the leaf is very broad, if rainfall continuously touches it, probably the water will get stagnated in the leaf and the leaf will eventually break. There will be a lot of pressure. So that is the reason most of the time, since there is a huge rainfall, the leaves are adapted to a thin leaf. And at the end of the thing, it will have a drip points like a V shape, so that any water touches, for example, the leaf is going to be very thin. When the water touches, immediately the leaf will bend and it will remove all the water, because it is a continuous rainfall throughout the year. So if it is going to be like this, very stiff and broad leaf, all the water will get stagnated, and eventually because of the weight pressure, the leaf will break. So next point is, it is adapted to thin leaves with drip points. Thin leaf with a drip point. Thin leaf with a drip point. Okay. See, tropical rainforest, fruits and all, how it will be? By chance, if you find any tropical rainforest fruits, so how the true fruits will be? Normally in the tropical countries, it will be delicious fruits. Fruits are right? It's really good fruits. So come to the next one, pollination. The next one is pollination. Pollination. So here, so we can have, yes, only in the ground level we will have such type of leaves. So wherever it's needed, it will adapt to a thin leaf. Okay, pollination. So here, so I told you there can be two types of pollination: animal pollination, wind pollination. So here, what type of pollination will dominate? Why not wind? Two things. In geography, if you see, probably in the equatorial region, they will call it as a doldrum. What is doldrum? Huh? What is the meaning of doldrum? D-O-L-D-R-U-M. So the doldrum la enna nadakum? Wind is negligible, am I right? Surface wind movement will be 0. So if the wind does not move, the possibility of pollination is almost, wind pollination is not there. Second is it's completely a canopy. So since it's a canopy, the wind movement also is going to get restricted. So wind pollination is going to be very less. So that is how all the plant has to, rely on the animal pollination. So that means what it has to do? If the plant has to rely on the animal pollination, so first thing, the plant has to develop a mutualistic relationship. So here, lot of mutualism you will find, lot of niche specialization you will find. That is one. Second is, it will also try to give fleshy fruits to attract animal, because a plant has to attract animal. So if a plant has to attract animal, first thing it has to provide food, some ecosystem services, probably nectar, probably honey or fleshy fruits or something it will do, or sometimes it will also give rotten meat smell, some sort of a smell to attract the animal. So definitely, since wind pollination is not there, animal pollination is the only way to pollinate. So definitely it has to develop a mutualistic relationship with many animals. Many symbiotic association should happen. And apart from that, the very important is it has to give fleshy fruits or food or something for the plants, for the animal to do pollination. Sometimes some plants and all, some flowers and all will give this rotten meat smell in order to attract the animal. Okay, so the simple is it has to attract the animal for pollination. Okay, that is one. The last one is, come to the fertility, soil fertility. Okay, how the soil fertility will be? So very poor soil fertility. Okay, why it is poor fertility? See, it is a continuous rainfall. So 200 to 400 centimeter rainfall. So because of this rainfall, what happens is, see, all the soil nutrients are leached away. So that is the reason the soil fertility is very, very poor. Because of the leaching process, the soil fertility is very poor. Okay, suppose if you say the soil fertility is very poor, then how the trees are growing? How this forest is rich? See, that is what the plant will try to do is, normally the roots and all will get exposed outside. Suppose in any dead organic matter and all, the decomposition will happen near the roots. And once it is decomposed, the nutrients, before entering into the soil, the plants will absorb the nutrient and it will keep it in the plant. So that is what tropical rainforest, it is packed with nutrient. And the soil is completely nutrientless. So if you cut a tropical rainforest, it will not grow back because the soils are deficient in nutrient. All the nutrients are in the plant. Okay, so just make note. So most of the decomposition happens near the roots of the plant, where the nutrients are absorbed directly by the plants before they enter into soil. Before they enter into soil. Okay, so that's how you can see this is something, the diversity is going to be very high, where the relationship is also going to be very, very complex. Okay, that is about the plant life. Okay, coming to the animals. So you can see here thin leaves, normally dark green leaves. So it will have canopies and everything. So you will have a lot of symbiotic association. Now the ants and all, what it is doing is it is all taking the dead leaves and all put near the roots of the plant. So the decomposition will happen near the roots itself, and then the nutrients will be taken. Okay. Now coming to the animal diversity. So we cannot see the different animals present, but general animal diversity. So which animal will be more? Of course, it's going to have the extreme diversity. So can you tell me which animals will be more here? Good. Suppose by chance if you watch a geographic channel, National Geographic or History Channel, if you see it, when they show a tropical rainforest, definitely they will show a particular animal. If they come to Western Ghats, Indian Western Ghats, they will show frogs. If they take a tropical rainforest, most of the time if you see how they zoom the camera, first they will show an insect, because the insect diversity is very high, and then they will show a monkey, a primate, because that diversity is very high. Because canopy is a very active region. So that's the reason the diversity will be very high. And insects. So first and foremost thing, you will find millions and millions of insect. Millions and millions of insect. Insects are million in numbers. Insects are millions in numbers. And 90% will be primate. That is monkeys. Okay, and we have a great diversity of microhabitats. Great diversity of microhabitat. Always this microhabitat is nothing but microorganisms. Great diversity of microhabitat. Yes, primates and insects. Insects only will be millions and millions. Because why I am saying insect is more is, in this world, if you take all the animal, which animal is the highest? Which animal is highest in population? You know that? Diversity? Insect. If you take, suppose in India, if you assume that there are 90,000 animal species, in that 65,000 will be insects. In this world, if you have more than 20 lakh animal species, in that 70% will be insects. Insect diversity தான் இருக்கிறதுலே அதிகம் உலகத்துல. This is what insect diversity is the highest one in the world. Then only comes the reptiles, mammals and everything. Okay, the vertebrates and other vertebrates and invertebrates. So that's how insect diversity is very high. The next comes a primate, and apart from that, we can find a lot of mammals and birds, avians. Mammals, birds, reptiles and amphibians will also be diverse. After that only mammals, birds, amphibians and reptiles. Definitely we can find a lot of niche specialization. All will have niche specialization. And then here we need to understand a concept, ecological concept, that is species richness versus species abundance. Primate is 90%, and 90. Okay, so what is species richness? Just make note. It is a count of different species in a given ecosystem. It is a count of different species in a given ecosystem. Okay, that is called the species richness. What is species abundance? It is a number of individual per species. That is nothing but population. Okay. So how the species richness and species abundance in a tropical rainforest? How the species richness and abundance in a tropical rainforest? So species abundance, again I will tell you, it is a number of individual per species. Species abundance na, it is a number of individual abundance, number of individual per species. Abundance is more. See, now if you want to understand, let me take a deer. When I say richness, I mean different types of deer. Different, genetic varieties of deer. So we have sambar deer, we have hog deer, right? So we have Shanghai deer in India. So different types of deer, cheetal deer, right? Musk deer, right? So different types of deer we have, right? Barking deer. So these are all called species richness. Now when I say species abundance, now let me take a Shanghai deer. Within Shanghai deer, I may have a 600 population. When I take a sambar deer, within sambar deer, I may have 2000 population or 3000 population, just for example. That is called species abundance. When the population number is more, that's called abundance. When I have more, diversity, I call richness. So in tropical rainforest, how it will be? How the richness will be, how abundance will be? Richness will be more, abundance will be less. Because you cannot have, see for example, if I have more varieties of deer and within every species, if I have more population, then definitely it is going to be pressure for the primary producer. Definitely it cannot support. So what it will have is, it will have more diversity, but within each and everything, less population, small population. But when you come to temperate forest and all, the diversity will be very less, the richness will be very less, but abundance will be more. Okay, so that's how you cannot have more richness and abundance normally, naturally. So that's what, so just make note. Enormous diversity but low species population density. Low species population density. Okay. So richness is nothing but the different, the varieties or the count of different species. So definitely you can find different species, but the abundance will be very less. The population density will be very less. Okay, that means richness wise it is more, niche specialization wise it is more. And of course, the tropical rainforest, it is the biggest carbon repository of the earth. It is the biggest carbon repository. So what is the biggest carbon repository? That is, it is the one which captures the maximum carbon dioxide and gives us the oxygen. Okay, it is the biggest carbon repository. Okay, now why this tropics, why tropics has rich biodiversity? Put a heading, So anyway, we are discussing about tropical rainforest, but even you take the entire tropic, the tropic has a rich biodiversity. So it's a common, it's for the entire tropics. Of course, within tropical rainforest is going to have the richest diversity. So for example, you come to a tropical rainforest, Amazon forest. In Amazon forest, if you take a bird variety, we may find 2,450 different types of birds. But in India, of course, near the Tropic of Cancer is India is near the Tropic of Cancer, where we find 1,250 birds, 50% we find. So when you go above here, it is around 750 birds. When you go to Tundra, Taiga and all, it is around 450 birds. Up to 50% it will reduce. So why this tropics needs to have such a rich diversity? If you take a bird, it has 2,450 varieties of bird. If you take an amphibian, it has the different types of amphibians. So why such a rich biodiversity we should have in a tropical region, or in the tropical belt, or in the tropical rainforest? What is the reason? Okay, adaptation and all, everywhere adaptation happens. Competition, everywhere competition happens, everywhere adaptation happens. Generally, if you have more competition, definitely, the species diversity will come down, because competition means it's a negative for everyone. Am I right? So I will say the first and foremost reason is high temperature. Am I right? So why high temperature? See, since it's near the tropical region, the sunlight is more. Since the sunlight is more, obviously the photosynthetic activity is better. Am I right? So it will induce more photosynthesis. So by that way, more plants. If you have more plants, automatically it can support more herbivore, carnivore, top carnivores. So that's how the first is high temperature. But high temperature alone is not important. High rainfall. So comparatively, a tropics is going to receive the maximum rainfall. Within that, the tropical rainforest will have the highest rainfall, 400 centimeter rainfall. So high temperature, always I told water. Water decides the productivity of the plant, and also water decides the survival of the animals. Right? All the animal needs water. So water is a very important factor. So high temperature and high rainfall is the first primary reason. But this alone is not the reason. The very important reason is, rather than saying a high temperature, I want to say it as constant and predictable temperature. Constant and predictable temperature. See, what is that constant and predictable temperature? So let me say, come to Europe, London, Paris, Europe. So what is the summer temperature? What will be the summer temperature in Europe or Canada or even US? 35 or something. It's a hot summer. So what is the winter temperature in Paris? 0. Sometime even it can go to -1, -2 also. Am I right? So now come to the tropical rainforest, Brazil. Tropical rainforest, what is the summer temperature? 45 and all, never it will go 45. See, it has a lot of clouds. High rainfall, high clouds you will find. So definitely it is going to be 26, 27. That's all. Okay, it can go up to 30, 35. So what is the winter temperature? 24, 25. Correct. See, you take Chennai. What is the Chennai's height? What is the Chennai summer temperature, high temperature? It can go, say, at an average 37, 38. So sometimes it can touch 40, 42. What is the winter temperature you go? 20 also it can touch. 21, 22 it can touch. See now, that is what, suppose an organism evolves here. In the summer time, it has to adapt to 35 degrees Celsius. In the winter time, it has to adapt to -5 degrees Celsius. But an organism evolves in the tropical region. In the summer temperature, it has to adapt to 35. In the winter temperature, it has to adapt to 25 degrees Celsius. So in this under 2 condition, which condition will be very favorable for the organism? 35-25, no, it's easy. So if a 10 species evolves in temperate belt or tropical temperate belt or polar belt, so in that 2 species only will survive. Other 8 species cannot survive because in the summer it is 35, in the winter -5. Then it has to change a lot of its genetic material, so adaptation becomes very difficult. But here summer and winter temperature is something, it's constant and predictable temperature. So it is very easy for them to adapt. So that is the reason we find more diversity here. Okay, that is the reason more species are able to adapt to this easily and able to come. Why we are not able to find more species in the top latitude is, that is what, it's not a constant and predictable temperature, it's a high unpredictable temperature. The temperature extremes we find. Normally in geography they would have told no extremes of temperature. When there is extremes of temperature, how you can survive? Just imagine, if I ask you to survive in 35-25, it's very easy for you. But if I ask you to survive in 35-5, no, it's very difficult for us. So we do adaptation, behavior adaptation. We use sweaters or heaters and all. So we humans can do it, but other animals cannot do it. So that is the reason species could not much have the diversity in this high belt. Only in the belt only you can find. Okay, so that's a third reason. The fourth reason is, there is also another one more reason. If you take historically, lot of glacial disturbance was in the temperate region, in the polar region. But the glacial action, glacial disturbance was very minimum in the tropical region. So just make note, historically, less frequent glacial disturbance. Less frequent glacial disturbance. See, that is what, how adaptation assures survival, how diversity is ensured. See, for always a diversity, multiple factors important. Now that is the reason I told you here, when I say 10 species evolve, only 2 will survive. Because the reason is because of the extremes of climate, because of lot of disturbance. But here when a 10 evolves, since there is a constant temperature, high rainfall, and apart from that less glacial disturbance, if a 10 species evolve, 8 will survive. So definitely diversity is going to be more here. Okay, so diversity is dependent on multiple factors. This is also another factor. So it is not constant temperature, it is constant predictable temperature. So whether, see, you can say pole. So pole always have a -°C. So whether the poles can have more diversity? That's a question. Because what is very important for organism? Temperature. Am I right? So when the temperature is more than 20-25 only, the organism growth will be better. Okay, even 25, 30 and all, it's good for it is the optimum temperature for the bacterial activity. So more diversity you can find in the higher temperature. When you say higher, it is 25, 30. That is the best temperature, am I right? So that is what the tropical rainforest is the richest one. Okay, it's not only the tropical rainforest, the entire tropics itself is the richest biodiversity. Why it is richest biodiversity? It is only because of these 4 factors. Okay, the next one is savanna. So topical deciduous is not needed, that we'll see it later. We have to go to the next ecosystem. We are going to only discuss the major ecosystem. Tropical grassland is also called savanna. Tropical grassland, also called savanna. Okay, so we have some ecological concepts. We will see. There are hand raise பண்றாங்களா? Someone is raising the hands.
Sir, am I audible, sir?
You're audible. Yes, Paul.
Sir, my question is, in the case of photosynthesis and the respiration of plant, we see that the equation belongs to, they need 6 CO2 for photosynthesis and they need 6 O2 they release 6O2 from
Okay.
photosynthesis.
No,
And
photosynthesis,
for
they
the
take carbon
respiration of
dioxide.
plant, yes, sir, they need 6 CO2 and they release 6O2.
Yes, they release, see, no, always in a photosynthesis, they will take carbon dioxide. Then only, see, CO, they will take CO2, they will take water and sunlight for photosynthesis, where carbohydrate will be produced, where oxygen will be released. O2 will
Yes,
be
sir.
released.
Then the equation is 6 CO2 in the case of photosynthesis. Tree takes 6 CO2 and release 6 O2.
Okay.
And in the case of respiration of tree, they need 6 O2 and they release 6 CO2.
Yes.
Then how it is, you say that the biggest carbon dissipatory of the earth, the rainforest, if they needs the same, they release same amount and they take same amount tree, then how the excess amount of oxygen is produced in the world?
So you say that by equation it comes as a 6O2, 6 CO2.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Anyway, we
6
have not
CO2
seen.
from where the excess amount of oxygen came to the world.
Okay, see now, that is, you're asking from the equation point of view, that I need to clarify, okay? So I will clarify, okay? Later point of time I will clarify. So I will check it and clarify. That I will do it, okay? So because I have not seen that equation, I will see the equation and will come back. Okay, that I will do that. But normally, by and large, they say that it's a carbon repository. Carbon repository in the sense, the maximum amount of carbon dioxide, absorption during the daytime happens only by them. So we'll see that. Okay, so coming to the savanna. So first is ecological concept is, when you, let me say this one. Suppose this is what, this is a tropical rainforest. This is savanna, am I right? Now, from the tropical rainforest, you walk. So you walk and enter into savanna. So when you enter into savanna, do you think that there is any sharp boundary between a tropical rainforest and savanna? No, it's not possible. So when you move from tropical rainforest to savanna, you will find a transition zone. A transition zone is something where you can find some trees of some plant species and animal species of tropical rainforest, some plant and animal species of savanna. So that means if it is a tropical rainforest, so it is not going to be like this. If it is a savanna, let me say this is a tropical rainforest, this is a savanna, it is not going to be like this, it is going to be like this, logically. So this is tropical rainforest, this is savanna, so there is a convergence zone. This region, probably for a few kilometers between the tropical rainforest and savanna, we call it as a convergence zone. Now that convergence zone is the one where you can find species of tropical rainforest and savanna. For example, I have a species A in tropical rainforest, I have a species B in savanna. Now here in that convergence zone, I can find A, I can find B. Sometime there is a possibility that A and B will interact, and there will also be a new species called C, which the C species cannot be found in tropical rainforest and savanna. That means this convergence zone is going to have the rich diversity. It's the one which is going to have the rich diversity. This convergence zone, we call it as ecotone. This convergence zone is called as ecotone. Okay, so ecotone is a one, it's a convergence of two ecosystems. So where you can find, it's a convergence of two ecosystems. It's a convergence of two ecosystems. That's the definition of ecotone. So where you can find the species of both the ecosystem, where we can find the species of both the ecosystem, where we can find the species of both ecosystem. At the same time, At the same time, a new species can also be found. New species is found. That is called the concept of ecotone. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll take a break, and then we will see this savanna. Okay, so that we'll have the continuity. So we'll just take a break. Okay, shall we continue? So coming to the savanna. So first, the first thing is the concept of ecotone. Please understand. So it is a convergence of two ecosystems. So normally between a tropical rainforest or savanna, between savanna to some other, in fact, savanna itself is something I can say it's ecotone. It is between the tropical rainforest and the probably and the desert belt. So it is a convergence zone. So normally, after the concept of savanna, we need to understand why this savanna is a grassland. So for this first climatic condition. Climatic condition. So here we are going to find a rainfall of 80 to 150 centimeter rainfall or 80 to 150 centimeter rainfall, followed by 5 months severe drought. So followed by, that is 80 to 150 centimeter, approximately 6 to 8 months rainfall we will find, followed by 5 months severe drought. So natural fire is possible during this drought period. Natural fire is possible during this drought period. Natural fire is possible during this drought period. Okay. Now, why this savanna has to be a grassland? If you see savanna, probably you can see this is the top view. So here and there you can find trees. Most of the time, if you see this, you can see here. So this type of tree is called acacia tree. From one tree to another tree, there will be a lot of gap. So actually this is a right picture you can see here. So where you will find completely grassland. So why it is a grassland? Why savanna has to be a grassland? So you have to understand this savanna is not a climax community. Savanna is not a climax community. So what is that? Savanna is not a climax community. So you remember the ecological succession. So in the ecological succession, we have seen that. You can see this picture. So what I said was, so this is a primary succession, secondary succession. When come to the secondary succession, so let me zoom this picture. So after a secondary succession, the secondary succession starts in the soil because anything is destructed. Then immediately the grasses comes, am I right? Shrubs and all will come, and then slowly it will move to the young forest, and then finally it goes to the climax community, probably trees or something, maybe a tropical or deciduous, whatever the region may be. Now what I'm saying is savanna is not a climax community. That is, savanna was not able to move, okay, beyond grassland. That is, savanna is a persistent grassland. It's not able to move from grassland to young forest to the climax community. Because just imagine, in the equatorial belt, we have a tropical rainforest, then we have a tropical deciduous forest. Then above that, of course, desert leave that. Then again, you find a temperate deciduous, which is a woody tree. So tropical deciduous, tropical rainforest is a woody tree. Temperate deciduous is a woody tree. Above the taiga is a woody tree. But grassland, why in between that alone we have a grassland? The reason is actually this tropical savanna or the tropical grassland or savanna should have been a tropical deciduous forest. Should have been a tropical deciduous forest. Tropical deciduous irundirukka vendiyadhu. But the thing is, it was not allowed to reach its climax stage. So that is the reason in this stage itself it is getting stopped. Okay, why it is not able to move? That is because of the climatic condition. So it is 6 to 8 months of 80 to 150 centimeter rainfall and 5 months of severe drought. In the severe drought, what happens? You see, you don't have rainfall at the same time, you don't have water, and at the same time forest fire. Now that forest fire distracts it. Because of that reason, it is not able to move. And also they said that there are two more reasons for it. The main reason is forest fire and water limit. So why savanna is not a climax community is, the first reason is, the main primary reason is forest fire. So 5 months of forest fire, probably it's a drought, which is water is very less. At the same time, forest fire destructs it. And apart from that, historically, it is also said that human intervention, human evolution came from where? Savanna. Okay, most of the human activity was in the savanna. So more human intervention also was in the savanna. More human intervention. More human intervention was also in the savanna. Okay, apart from that, there is another reason. In those days, many years back, many thousands and thousands of years back, the savanna was dominated by elephants. Now, you know that elephant most of the time destructs the forest. Am I right? It used to break the branches and everything. So that is also one of the reasons. So I will say the third reason is elephant activity. The third reason is elephant activity. So by and large, the main reason is forest fire and water limit. And apart from that, the supplementary reasons are elephant activity and human intervention. These factors have made the savanna not to reach its climax stage. So whenever it tries, it is distracted by the forest fire. It was distracted by the human intervention and the elephant activity. So that's the reason still savanna is maintained as a grassland. Okay, so normally you can find a woody tree, short woody tree, and there will be a lot of gap between one tree to another tree. In between that, you can find a lot of grasslands. Okay, so coming to the first one, vegetation. So distribution of savanna, I hope that you can see the picture. So nearby the tropical belt, you can find, so everything is a savanna. So if you take Indian forest, we don't call by the name savanna, we call it as a temperate deciduous, tropical deciduous. So partly tropical deciduous, partly savanna. Okay, come to the vegetation. So probably you can see some two dominant species. The one is the tree, acacia tree. The one is the acacia tree. You can see that this tree is a stunted growth. So stunted growth with a flat top. So first one, why this tree is stunted growth? Why it cannot grow very tall? What is the reason that the tree cannot grow tall? It is stunted growth. The reason is the 5 months of drought. Am I right? The 5 months of drought, it is going to be, heat, more heat and more drought is going to be there. Suppose by chance, if the tree goes very long, very tall, then it requires a lot of water and the energy loss also will be more. All right. So normally when someone is tall, someone is 4 feet, someone is 6 feet. The 6 feet person needs more energy. Definitely the 6 feet tall person needs more water and 6 feet tall person needs more energy. Am I right? So whereas, and heat loss also will be more. Whereas the 4 feet, definitely it will be less. So that is what, since the 5 months of drought, there is a lot of water limit and everything. If it grows very tall, then it cannot balance the energy. So in order to balance the energy loss, it is stunted growth. So why it is stunted growth? So the reason is, why it is stunted growth? To reduce the energy cost of, remaining tall in dry heat. Remaining tall in dry heat. Yes, as we discussed, in the very first class during for the Eskimos, example of Eskimos. Yes, normally Eskimos in the polar region and all will be very short. The reason is the energy loss has to be minimum. Okay, that is one thing. Second is why it needs to have a flat, why it needs to have a flat top. So it's something called flat top. So why the savanna needs to have a flat top? So for this, the ecologists are giving a reason. The biologists are giving a reason that, you know, that this region is highly dominated by a lot of giraffes and elephants. These are all browsing animals. Normally when they come and browse, they used to browse the exterior part of it, am I right? They used to prot it. So that this internal part is not getting disturbed. So it is very useful for doing the photosynthesis. Suppose if it is going to be very flat, then probably all the leaves is going to get consumed, then the photosynthetic activity will become very difficult. So that is what, to limit browsing, it is flat top. It is flat top to limit browsing. Okay, then that's a feature about the acacia tree. Then come to the grass. I told you this particular region is completely dominated by the grasses. So how the grasses will be? So normally when you take a grass, most of the grass are shallow rooted, but savanna grasses are deep rooted grasses. Deep root grass and underground stem. Deep root grass and underground stem. Okay, why it should have that underground stem and deep root grass? What's the reason? Just to protect from the forest fire, am I right? So that 5 months time drought period, the forest fire, you know that when the forest fire comes, most of the time it will burn all the stem and all the roots. So when it is deep rooted, then it can protect from the fire. So once the rainfall comes during the summertime, after the summertime, then immediately what happens, you see that the entire grass will grow even for 1 meter within a week's time. Within 7 to 10 days, it can even grow for 1 meter. So that is how it is deep rooted and the thing. So that is another thing about the grass. And then this savanna will have lot of fire resistant shrubs. Fire resistant shrubs. It will have a lot of fire resistant shrubs. Okay, that is a major feature about the plants. That's about the plant life, nothing much more about it for the UPSC point of view. The next is animal life. Okay, come to the animal life. So what type of animals we can find? So it is a grassland. Since it's a grassland, we can find the varieties of herbivore. All right, its primary production is high, so herbivores will be more. So definitely we can find a lot of antelopes. So many deers, zebras, you know, herbivores like deers, zebras, some monkeys, giraffe, elephant, rhinos. I mean, all the grazing and browsing animals we can find. All the grazing and browsing animal we can find. So what is the behavior you will find in these animals? Most of the animal will try to have a group behavior. If you take zebra, all the zebra will come in the group. So why it has to come in the group is because they want to do resource partitioning. I told in the very first class, suppose if all the herbivore come at the same time, it will have a, you know, burden on the resources. Am I right? Competition will be more. So that is how they will divide the resources in such a way that if a zebra comes in the morning time, probably the deer will come in the afternoon time. So the next will come in the evening time. So like that, they will try to divide the resources by the day, night, or by the season. They will try to do it. That is one thing. Second is the group behavior is also, you know, comes in a different form. If you take zebras and all the young, you know, male bachelors will come in one group. All the female will come in one group with one male dominant. So that's how it comes in the group form. So group behavior, it will exhibit all the herbivore. And at the same time, where the rhinoceros is browsing, there no other species will enter. So it will effectively, what it will do is, it will try to divide the resources. That is one. So like you have more herbivore, definitely we can also find a lot of carnivore and top carnivore. So when come to carnivores and top carnivores, yes, we can find a lot of, you know, cheetah, leopard, jackal, wild dog, cheetah, leopard, jackal. So that will be there. And apart from this, you will find two top predators, the very important predators. So who are they? Lion and hyena. Lion and hyena. Suppose if you watch a geographic channel, lion and hyena. If you watch any geographic channel, there will be a separate documentary for lion, there will be a separate documentary for hyena. You see it. So these two, species is very important in the grassland ecosystem, in the grassland. So first coming to the lion. So what is the behavior of a lion? So even in India, we have tiger and lion. So what is the behavior of a lion? Normally, lion is a social animal. Lion is a social animal. Generally, the main difference is lion prefers open forest. Lion always prefers open forest, but tiger, most of the time, it prefers dense forest. That is the reason the tiger habitat is, also tiger needs a large habitat, large home range, okay, unlike lion. So that is how we cannot find much tiger in the, in the savannah. It was there, but not now. So that's how the lion is more dominant species, is a top carnivore. So where lion always is a social animal. When I say social animal, always it wants to be in a family. That family name is called pride. The family name is called pride. What is that pride? So it's a family. It's a unit of family. So in a pride, there will be only one dominant male, and then 2 or 3 female will be there, and then a lot of cubs will be there. So that it lives as a family. So how the behavior of a lion? Normally, if you take a male lion, the male lion will not go for hunting. It is only the female lion will go for hunting. So whenever the female lion hunts it, so it is expected that the female lion should bring the prey to the pride. So it will bring the prey to the pride. Once it brings the prey, it will not eat. The female lion will not eat. It will bring the prey to the house, the pride. So once it brings it, immediately the male lion will threaten the female lion, and first it will eat it. It will allow the cubs to eat it. Then only it will allow the female lion to eat it. So that's how naturally. So most of the hunting will be done by the female lion, and naturally they cannot survive without a pride. Suppose by chance if any other male lion comes, now it has to defeat that existing male lion and take over the pride. Suppose any male lion which is ousted from the pride, that has to go create a new pride, or it has to go and take over another pride. Something it has to do. So even the case of a female lion also, if it comes out as a pride because of some reason, then it has to, go and join with another pride. Even though there will be a lot of resistance in the other pride, they have to go and join. So that's how the behavior comes in a very unique way. Normally the male lion, it will take care of the pride and it will take care of the cubs. Okay, now what is the equation between lion and hyena? Normally if you take hyena will come in a group like 70, 80. And also it seems that most of the hunting in forest is also done, savanna forest is done by the hyena. So in fact, both are opportunist species. Sometimes what happens, you see, if a hyena has a prey, lion sometimes take it. Lion has a prey, sometimes hyena will come and take it. So that's how the hyena always, comes as a group. Suppose if the lion is getting, caught by the hyena, yes, it can even kill the lion also. So hyena is also very powerful, okay, as a group. Whenever it comes, it will come like, 60 or 70. As a mass, it will come. So that's how these two, the top carnivore maintains that ecosystem. Maximum hunting will be done by them. Okay, that is the equation of lion and hyena. Apart from that, you can find lot of ground-dwelling animals. Because it's a grassland, so within grassland you can find lot of termites, lot of lizards, grasshoppers, rabbits, lot of ground dwelling animals you can find. And when the forest fire comes in that 5 months' time, normally they say that forest fire is a feast for the bird. Because any forest fire comes in a savanna, immediately all the bird will rush to that forest fire. The reason is that is the time all the grasses are burnt, all the lizards, grasshopper, all the ground dwelling animals will be died or will be coming out. So it is going to be a feast. So that's how the forest fire is something, it is a food for the entire birds. So that's how the savanna forest works. Okay, the next one is, we'll move to the next one, that is desert. So normally when we think about a desert, we may think that desert does not have any diversity. But keep in mind, desert also has rich flora and fauna. It also has its own, diversity. So what is a desert? How can you define a desert? How can you define a desert? If evaporation, you cannot say high temperature. If evaporation exceeds rainfall, it is called desert. If evaporation exceeds rainfall, it is called desert. If evaporation exceeds rainfall, it's called desert. Okay, what is the temperature of the desert? Summertime, it can cross more than 48, 49 also, am I right? So winter time, in the peak winter and all, it can even go to minus 20 also. So it will have that extremes of temperature, am I right? So because heat will be immediately released from the land. So that's how it will have a very low rainfall of 25 centimeter with high evaporation. So it can go to 48 degree to minus 18 degree. -48 degrees Celsius to minus 18 degree in the midnight, especially in the winter. Okay, with the rainfall, 25 centimeter rainfall, 25 centimeter rainfall with high evaporation. See, desert means itself, it's a, high temperature, that is evaporation exceeds rainfall is called desert. Normally hot desert only. We are going to only see the hot desert. Cold desert is not important. Okay, within the desert, there are some deserts which are driest desert of the world. Sometimes, Atacama deserts and all, it's the driest desert. What is the driest desert? So we have to see near the desert what water it is. Suppose by chance if you find a cold water, then what will happen? Definitely the cold water will not have any moisture at all. So there will not be even that 25 centimeter rainfall will not be there. So that desert will get converted into a driest desert. See, most of the time in this case, even the rainfall before touches the soil, it will get evaporated. So such type of deserts and all, we call it as a driest desert. Okay, some doubts we will clarify. Temperature of deserts, it's 48 degrees Celsius. Nighttime temperature, it can even drop up to minus 18 degrees Celsius. Okay, now you can see here. Sorry. So the Mexican desert, the Sahara desert, so the Arabian deserts, so we can have sear deserts.
So what is the name of the desert above the area? Desert in India. Above.
Here's one. This desert we call as a Central Asian. Okay, some part of Gobi desert and all will come. Okay. So anyway, it's a global deserts they have given it. Now, when you come to the vegetation, especially we are going to only refer the hot deserts. The first point is, now desert plant species are very specialized, am I right? So the species only you can find the species only here. You cannot find anywhere else in the world. So what is that called? Endemic, am I right? So desert plants and all, mostly plant or animal may be endemic. So it will have endemic species. So it will have endemic plants and endemic animals. Most of them endemic. Okay, so how the plants will be? Definitely you can find a lot of shrubs. It is highly dominated by shrubs. Highly dominated by shrubs. A lot of shrubs will be there, like cactus and all. And then it will have a short woody trees. So if you find the trees, most of the trees are short woody trees. Short woody trees supported with nutrients. Supported with nutrients. So all the nutrients will be within the plant itself. So whether it will have a leaf, most of the time it may not have a leaf. By chance, if it has a leaf, it will have a reduced leaf. Most of the time, no leaf. No leaf, reduced leaf. No leaves or reduced leaf. No leaf or reduced leaf, and mostly in the form of spines. Mostly in the form of spines. See, that is, when you have a leaf, there is a possibility of transpiration loss. So when I say transpiration, it is something water loss will happen. Whenever this tomato opens, water comes out. So already in a desert, you don't have a water. So suppose if the leaves are large or something, then more transpiration loss will happen, water loss will happen. So that's the reason the leaf will be very reduced. Most of the time that will not be leaves, it will be like a spines. So spines in the sense, so even in the transpiration, the loss is going to be very, very minimum. Okay, and you see that every plant, it is going to be thick, waxy coated. The plant, entire plant is thick, waxy coated. The next point is, the plant will be thick, fleshy, waxy coated. Thick, fleshy, waxy coated. Okay, why it has to be thick and fleshy? You see, everything is thick and fleshy. So what is the reason it has to be thick and fleshy? Reduce evaporation. Here it is to store water. So most of the time it stores water. Even the stem will also be very thick, corrugated. It will store water. So because water is very less, am I right? The plant has to store the water. That's one special adaptation you will have. So okay, why it has to be waxy coated? So the reason is sometimes, suppose if you see in a movie and all, if they show any desert during the morning time, if you see the plant, this cactus plant and all, it will glare your eye. Abde shining aarkum. What is the reason? To reflect the heat. Am I right? To reflect the sun's light. Because what is the temperature? 48 degrees Celsius. Am I right? So why this desert belt is going to be 48 degrees Celsius? Whereas only the tropical belt, whereas the equator is only, the equator is the one which receives the maximum heat, is only 25, 26, but the desert is 45, 46. Why? No clouds. Am I right? Equator, we have a lot of moisture, we have a cloud. So the cloud, you know that under the heat budget, it will, reflect some of the heat. But whereas when you come to the desert, since there is no moisture, there is no cloud at all. Cloud is going to be very less. So the sun's heat directly comes and hit it. And because of that reason only, more heat intensity we find it. Suppose in the equator region, if there is no cloud, definitely equator will be the highest temperature. Right? So that's what, when you come to the desert, probably since there is no cloud, the sun's heat directly comes and hits it. Now the sun's heat should not get absorbed by the plant. Obviously, when the plant absorbs all the heat, definitely the plant cannot tolerate. So now it needs that albedo effect. It wants to reflect it. So when it is waxy coated, most of the time reflect. That is what in the movie and all you see. If you see the plant, immediately it will glare your eye, reflect. So that is what it's a waxy coated. So it will also have a thick stem to store water. Okay, how the roots will be? See here, you have to keep in mind, normally if you take a desert plant, so desert plants, it will be very thick waxy coated so that it will store some water. It will be very fleshy, so it will hold some moisture and water inside the plant. Again, ensure that the water is not lost. so that it develops spines. So the transpiration loss is also minimum. Now, water availability, you need to see the desert. Normally, plant of any desert will be deep rooted. So why it has to be deep rooted? To take water, underground water. But when you come to the driest desert and all, the time even the rainfall touches before the soil, it will get evaporated. So it can also be shallow rooted. The reason is when the water comes, it will absorb the water before the water or before the rainwater touches the soil. So it is generally deep rooted, but can also be shallow rooted. It is generally deep rooted. It is generally deep rooted, but can also be shallow rooted in case of shallow rooted. That is, shallow rooted means it will spread widely. Shallow rooted in case of extreme desert. Extreme desert to quickly soak up any rainfalls. To quickly soak up any rainfalls. And apart from that, you can also see it has lot of spines. Sorry, thorns. Thorns nariya irukum. So why it should have a lot of thorns? Because it's very difficult to grow here. Some mammals and all should not come and consume this plant. To prevent predation, okay, it will have thorns. So it will have thorns, or it will be covered with thorns. Yes, it should covered with thorn to prevent predation. To prevent predation. All right. And apart from that, all the seeds will be in the soil itself. So once the rain comes, immediately it will grow. Okay, that is the major feature about the plant life. Coming to the animal life. See, spines and thorns, the main difference what we can see is, here thorn, most of the time they refer to prevent predation. But when we use the word spine, most of the time the leaf are converted into spine to reduce the transpiration loss. So that is the difference you can find. Okay, coming to the animal life. So here, definitely we can find some endemic animals. So when you take mammal, so diversity of mammal will be very less because normally a mammal need water, need lot of water. So it cannot withstand high temperature, mammals. So that's the reason mammal diversity will be very less. We will find few mammal. So what are the mammals you can find is, most of the mammal, some large mammal will be there, like camels and all, like camels and fox. Apart from that, you can find lot of ground dwelling mammal. Lot of ground dwelling mammal. And if you take all this mammal, most of the mammals are small in size and burrowing. The mammals, most of the mammals are small in size and burrowing. So normally we will find rodents. Burrowing. Burrowing means it will dig a hole and go inside. Because morning time it cannot come out, am I right? So it has to go underground. It will dig a hole, underground it will go. So why it has to be small in size? Again, heat loss, am I right? It has to manage the heat. So when the body size is more, then heat balance becomes very difficult. It is only few species can do the balance, like camel and all, but rest of that they cannot do it. So all the animals you can see, small size animal and burrowing animal, so that during the morning time, so it will go inside. All the desert rats and everything. Desert rats, even desert cats and all. Okay, what in the morning time it will do? Morning time, this will go underground. That is, it will dig a hole, it will go underground. That is burrowing. It will burrow and it will go underground and it will do hibernation. So hibernation is also possible. Hibernation during daytime. So many rodents will do hibernation during daytime. So hibernation during daytime. Okay, so most of the time, in order to predate, it only comes in the night time. So that is what, it is a nocturnal animal. It is a nocturnal. Nocturnal means nighttime active animal. So nighttime it will come out and it will predate. So if you watch any geographic channel, you see that. So when they show a desert mammal and all, they will show nighttime. Nighttime only it will be very active. That's called nocturnal. 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 If the animal is active during the nighttime, we call it as nocturnal animal. So nighttime it will be active, it will come and it will predate and it will search for the food. Foraging and all will happen in the nighttime. In morning time, many rodents and all will do hibernation, so that the energy loss will be very, very minimum. Okay, water. So how it manages the water? So normally it will have a metabolic process to minimize water. So generally it will consume less water only. Within that, already I told you, kangaroo rat. Those rat and all will never consume water. So whatever the food it consumes, part of the food it will convert into fat. That fat itself it will break. The byproduct water itself it will use. That water also it will not urinate, because water loss will happen. So that will convert into urine crystal. Okay, in a urine crystal form it will release it. So that's how the water loss is not happening in its body at all. That is, it will never drink water in its lifetime. It will not drink water at all, most of the time. So other rats and all, what they will do is, they will try to reduce the water usage. They will try to minimize the water usage to the maximum extent. Okay. And the next very special feature of this particular mammals, especially the desert mammals, is they will have a rapid completion of reproduction cycle. Rapid completion of reproduction cycle. Rapid completion of reproduction cycle immediately following rain interval. Immediately following rain interval. So what is that? See, the rainy season is going to be very short. It's 25 centimeter. That time only the reproduction can and all happen. So the delivery and all can happen. So that what it will do is, once a rainy season happen, immediately it will rapidly complete its reproduction cycle. Okay, so that start from the mating to, so everything will be done within that short period of time. So that is what it can do it. Okay, so that's how most of the animal species, you can see they are all fast runners. Because it's a desert, it is going to be very hot. So obviously they are going to be a very fast runner. So apart from this, what you can find? Apart from this few mammals, yes, the desert is very famous for reptiles. Desert reptiles. So in this, desert lizards are very famous. And then comes our desert snakes. So we have, lot of venomous vipers. Yes, rattlesnakes and various types of snakes we have. So desert is very famous for highly specialized lizards and snakes. Most of the snakes are vipers. And also desert is also very famous for tortoise. Desert is very famous for tortoise, because suppose if you find a water body, if you find any pond or sort of a lake and all, yes, even in the lake you can find lot of ground dwelling birds like owl, quails, that and all you can find near the lake or whatever may be. Viper is a snake. Owl, quails and all is there. So normally they will catch the rodents, rabbits and all, they will eat it. And apart from that, if it is a pond, definitely fishes you can find. If it is a pond, definitely insects, fishes and tortoise will be there. Tortoise will be there. But apart from that, some large animals like few antelopes will be there, foxes, desert foxes, and camels and all will be present. Okay, so you should not think that deserts will not have the diversity. Desert will also have a lot of endemic species. Okay, the next comes the temperate belt. So in this first we have to enter into temperate deciduous. See, deserts will have some apex predators, probably some reptiles will be there. Apart from that, some mammals also will be there. Some fox and all will be there, desert fox. Even some birds will also be a predator. Owl, that will catch some rodents. So many predators will be there. Okay, come to the temperate deciduous forest. So European belt. So you can see the world, the deciduous forest, the very famous deciduous forest, the European forest. You can find the Eastern American forest and the Eastern Asian forest, Northeast Asian forest. So these are the major, temperate deciduous forest. Okay. So coming to the temperate deciduous forest, so if you take the climatic condition, so it is going to be a hot summer and cold winter. So climatic condition is going to be hot summer and cold winter. So what is the rainfall we will experience? We will experience around 70 to 150 centimeter rainfall. To 150 centimeter rainfall. And then the cold winter is going to be, drought. The cold winter is going to be drought. So it's a hot summer and cold winter. Summer will touch 35 or something. Winter will go even 0, minus and all. So here also you can find some extremes of climate. See, normally they will they will always say that they will always compare a different. They will also try to compare a difference between temperate deciduous and savanna. So what is the difference between a temperate deciduous and savanna? So normally when come to a savanna, they say that human evolution came from savanna, but civilization came from deciduous. All right, European country. So there where the civilization started. So most of the woodwork, everything started only the construction of houses, woodwork, modernization, civilization, all happened only in this. So it's a temperate deciduous. Trees are very famous for woodworks, everything. So what are the temperate trees? So these trees alone you need to keep in mind: oak, chestnut, okay, maple, beech. These are some of the temperate deciduous trees. Some commercial trees. Okay, so how a temperate deciduous forest will be? So normally how a deciduous forest, so it is equally applicable to tropical deciduous also. So normally if you take any temperate deciduous forest, probably it will also have lot of canopies. See, always deciduous forest will also have canopy. It will have canopy and also climbers. It will have canopy and climbers. Beech, B-E-E-C-H. It will have a lot of canopy and also it will have climbers. So like the same way, upper canopy, lower canopy and all will be there. But if you take the canopy, it is not as rich as, tropical rainforest. So tropical rainforest is completely evergreen throughout the year. but it is not going to be as rich as that. So what is the uniqueness in temperate deciduous? There is only one uniqueness in temperate deciduous. The temperate deciduous is almost a very beautiful forest. Okay, especially when you come to the atom time, that time you can see the forest colors. So why such a the colors of brilliant red, orange, gold? You can see these colors. It's a very beautiful forest. Normally in the movies and all you can see temperate deciduous is a very beautiful forest. Okay, why these colors? So actually all are chlorophyll only. Actually what happens, you see, the always deciduous means what? 6 months growing, 6 months non-growing, right? So normally some 4 to 5 months there will not be any leaf at all. It is going to be completely naked, and then again the leaf will come. So in which season it will not have leaf? Winter time. Winter time, there will not be any leaves at all. Almost it will have very less leaf during the winter time. So why? During the autumn the leaf will fall. So during the winter there will not be any leaf, and again in the spring month the leaf will again grow. So why leaf has to fall during the autumn? Because the thing is, it cannot withstand the dry cold wind. That is the main reason. The trees and the leaves cannot withstand the dry cold wind. So why? Yes, that is what the snow will destroy the leaf. The leaves cannot withstand the cold dry wind. Because as I told you, the cold season is a drought. Cold winter is going to be drought. So it's difficult for them. So now during the autumn, the leaf is going to fall. You know that in the leaf we have this chlorophyll, which is a resource for the plant. Suppose when the leaf fall, when the chlorophyll is also lost, then it is a loss for the plant. So now what the plant will do is, during the autumn time, before the leaf fall, it will take back the chlorophyll. Slowly it will take it. In a leaf, you will find different types of chlorophyll. So you can find, in a leaf, you can find 3 or 4 chlorophyll. Probably the one chlorophyll, normally the chlorophyll can be the color of green, can be the color of red, it can be yellow, orange, gold, like that it can have different colors. Normally why we are able to see as a green color is because green is dominant. So under the green color, other will become completely suppressed. So that's the reason we are able to see the green color. So now when it observes the chlorophyll, first it will try to observe the green chlorophyll. Now when the green chlorophyll is lost, the next chlorophyll, what maybe have a red or orange, it will be there. Then the red is removed, then orange will come to the surface. Am I right? The spectrum of light. So that's how, now this we are finding why it is a yellow color, gold color and all. That is the trees are observing the chlorophyll during the autumn time. So autumn time, slower yellow chlorophyll absorb pannite varum. So by that way, slowly the color of the leaves will change into brilliant color, so that the chlorophyll should not be lost. And finally, the leaf will fall, where the leaf will not have any chlorophyll at all. The fallen leaf is an excellent topsoil. Okay, just make note. I will give a thing. During the autumn, the leaf will turn into brilliant red, orange, and gold color. Because during the fall, the plant will stimulate during the fall. The plant will stimulate and withdraw chlorophyll from the leaves. Withdraw chlorophyll from the leaves. Okay, the fallen leaf is a excellent topsoil. The fallen leaf is a excellent topsoil. Excellent topsoil. Okay, that is a very key feature in this. So cold winter it cannot tolerate. So that's the reason it changes the color. Apart from that, so temperate deciduous trees are very useful for commercial activity and it will have canopies and everything. So coming to the animal, so hereafter animal diversity is very less. So some of the principal animal, one principal herbivore, it is the principal herbivore, it is called the white-tailed deer. White-tailed deer or white-tailed deer. So this is a principal herbivore. It's a deer. So today it is destructing the entire forest. Destructing the entire forest because its population has dramatically increased. So today this has become one of the nuisance for the tropical deciduous forest. It is destructing the entire forest because its predators got lost because of a lot of deforestation and all. So now it's become one of the biggest nuisance for the American forest, most of the temperate deciduous forest. That is one. And apart from that, if you see any American movie, European movie and all, when they show an animal in the movie, so what is the major animal they show? Bears and snakes. Most of the time, bears and snakes are most dominant species. Bears and snakes, and generally they will hibernate and migrate during the winter. They will hibernate and migrate during the winter. Okay. Then the next ecosystem, further you move further above, temperate grasslands. Temperate grasslands. So normally tropical grasslands we call it as savanna. So temperate grasslands are given by different names. So what is the name generally we give them? In America, this temperate grassland is called prairie. Prairie. In America, we used to call it as prairie. They used to call it as prairie. Normally, prairie are long grasses. Prairie comparatively long grasses. So in the in the Central Asia, Russia, China and all, we used to call it as steppe vegetation. In Russian side, in Chinese side and all, we used to call it as steppe vegetation. It is given by different names, compost, downs, so many names are there. So even in the Hungary belt and all, they used to call it as pusta. So when come to South African side, they used to call it as veldt, V-E-L-D-T. So you can see here. So in Hungary side, they used to call it as pusta. So in the South African side, they used to call it as veldt. In Argentina, in South America, generally we used to call it as pampas. I mean, we used to give different names. So this is what a tropical grassland is. Sorry, temperate grassland is. Okay, when you take a temperate grassland, so climatic condition, yes, it also hot summer and cold winter. Hot summer and cold winter. So summer will touch up to 30 degrees something. Winter will go even minus 30 degree. Hot summer and cold winter. So if you take a rainfall, so the rainfall is going to be 25 to 75 centimeter rainfall. (25 to 75 centimeter rainfall). That's the rainfall we will experience in this region. Okay, now see, you cannot find much trees. So the reason is actually why there is no woody tree here. It is because of lot of natural devastation, lightning. So they say that lightning is one of the reason. It has destructed a lot of woody trees. Which one? Lightning. So temperature is 30 degree, 30 degree to minus 30 degree. So what you can find, so it's completely a grassland. So most of the time, what we find is a ground hugging plants. Ground hugging plants, Hugging. Ground hugging plants. So normally in the ground level itself will be there. So what is the plant which is very famous in this belt? What are the types of plant species you will find? Strawberry, moses, wild mustard, wild mustard. Here certain citrus plants. So that and all will be there. And apart from this, you can see it's completely grassland. So it's a completely grassland means it's easy for cultivation, am I right? So what cultivation you can find? See, what is their food habits? Wheat. So what is the condition for a wheat? Definitely wheat should have low temperature, low rainfall. So definitely it is going to have a low temperature and the rainfall is also 25 to 75 centimeter rainfall. Am I right? So this region is being extensively exploited for wheat cultivation. This region is extensively cultivated for wheat cultivation. Used for wheat cultivation. That is what highest wheat producer you see. Russia, China, US. They will be the highest wheat producers. They have completely exploited this, grasslands. And this prairie, sometimes it is also called as dust bowl of the world. Prairie is also called as dust bowl of world. Okay, what is the dust bowl of the world is? If you enter a prairie, you will find a lot of, the dust husk, wheat husk will be suspended in the air. So they called it as a dust bowl of the world. So extensive cultivation will be there. So obviously, when they do agriculture activity, what they will go for? They will go for mixed farming. So definitely animal rearing, am I right? So milk production, chocolate production, so everything will be in this belt. Okay. So type of animal, so very famous if you take, yes, some type of antelope, some deers and all will be very famous, and bisons. Bisons are very famous in this belt. Bisons and lot of burrowing animals. Bison. Bison. Okay, and then lot of burrowing animal. So here you can find lot of sheep wool production, that and all will happen in this belt because of its cold climatic condition. Okay, and this is a general point on world grassland. So if you take a world grassland, I'm not talking about only tropical temperate grassland. So you take both tropical and temperate grassland because it will have the same type of species. When you come to the tropical and temperate common grassland, between northern hemisphere versus southern hemisphere, in the southern hemisphere, we can find a large bird with a poor flying ability. So for example, in the African grassland, we can find ostrich. Probably you would have heard about ostrich. In Australia, definitely you would have heard about emu. Am I right? So even in the pampas and all, there is something called rhea. So now these birds and all, is a large bird. Probably ostrich and all will be 4 feet. Suppose if you have watched a movie called The Gods Must Be Gracie, that time the entire movie was taken only in the savanna forest. That ostrich you can find, a large ostrich which is 5 feet something, 5 feet, 6 feet, it will be 5.5 feet will be there. So that ostrich, emu, rhea, these and all, it's a large bird with a poor flying ability. Now, whether all are genetically same? No, they are not genetically same. That is, they are all adapted to the similar selection pressure. That's the reason they have a similar adaptation, but not genetically same. So that's what, such a large bird, we can find it only in the southern hemisphere. We do not know the reason. They're not able to tell what is the reason. Such a large bird we don't find in the northern hemisphere. So in the northern hemisphere, if you want such a bird, of course, when you go to, the European belt, so there is something called great bustard. I will say that this is somewhat larger bird, but that it's not equivalent to ostrich and all, somewhat larger bird. Even in India, we have one bird, which is great Indian bustard. It's also, it's the largest bird. Today it's critically endangered. So this is something, it's only a largest bird. But the bird, what the size you can see in the ostrich, emu and rhea and all, it's one of the largest size. It's the largest bird. So we do not know the reason why such birds only exist in southern hemisphere, not in the northern hemisphere. Okay. It's in India. Yes. Yes. It's a part of it. Okay, why prairie is called dust bowl of the world is, as I told you, this prairie has been extensively used for wheat cultivation. And now, if you enter a prairie, you will find a lot of wheat husk will be suspended in the air. So that's the reason it's called the wheat bowl, the dust bowl of the world. Okay, that is about the temperate grasslands. Then we have to move on to the last one, the subpolar region. So we have to go for the subpolar region. So in this, the first one is coniferous forest. Coniferous forest. Coniferous forest. So it is given by different name. So this is the Asian side. Actually, it is a mirror image of our thing. This is the Asian side. This is the American side. You can see here. In the Asian side, in Russia, they used to call it as taiga. In American side, they used to call it as boreal. We used to call it as boreal. But the common name is coniferous forest. Okay, so the first information about coniferous forest, before getting to the climatic condition, see this coniferous forest, it is only found in the northern hemisphere, not in the southern hemisphere. This taiga or boreal, it is found only in the northern hemisphere, not in the southern hemisphere. So why it is not found in the southern hemisphere is because in the southern hemisphere we don't have a land mass in that latitude. So that's the reason it is in the northern hemisphere. Second is, you can see the breadth and the length. This is the single largest vegetation formation of the earth. It is the single largest vegetation formation of the earth. So what is the single largest vegetation? See, such a largest vegetation we don't have. If you take a land mass, it has 17%, 17% of earth land surface area. It is 17% of earth land surface area. That means if you assume land as 100%, in that 17%, don't take, because our land is only 25%, ocean is 75%. I'm not talking that 17%. If you assume land 25% as 100%, in that 17%, 17% is this one. Okay, climatic condition, how the climate will be? Definitely it is going to be long severe winter. Long severe winter with 6 months snowfall. So snowfall is going to be for 6 months. And short summer. And short summer. So summer is going to be very short. So how much the summer is going to be? So they say that it is going to be 100 frost-free days. It is going to be 100 frost-free days. Okay, so it is going to be a severe winter, snowfall for 6 months, and the summer is going to be short summer. 100, that is approximately 3 months summer you can find, where you will not find the frost. Rest of this it will be completely frost. Okay, what is the rainfall? 50 centimeter per year. $50 centimeter per year. You see, this is how a coniferous forest will be. So if you take the tree, probably it may be in the conical shape. So first, why the tree has to be in a conical shape? To shed the snow, am I right? The reason is the snow should not get accumulated in the branches, otherwise, eventually it will break. So the main reason why it is conical shape is to cone shape to shed snow. And you come to the leaves, plant leaves. So again you can see a dark green. So it is going to be dark green leaves. Okay, why it has to be dark green? Why it has to be dark green? So when you go for the higher latitude, so what is the sun's angle of insolation? Whether it will be 90 degree or less? Yes, it's going to be less. So definitely the inclination is going to be, more. Am I right? It's going to be very less. It's not going to be 90 degree. So the sun's heat is going to be very less. So with a less heat, it has to do photosynthesis. For that, what it has to do? It has to increase the chlorophyll content. So that's the reason. Because of the less sunlight, it has to do photosynthesis. For that, it increases chlorophyll content. That is, it increases chlorophyll. Okay, that is one. And the second one is, if you take the leaf, you just see the leaf will be narrow needle shaped leaf. The leaf will be narrow needle shaped leaf. Okay, why the leaf has to be narrow needle? So in deserts also it is narrow needle, like a spines. But here, why it has to be narrow needle? What is the reason? The leaf is not broad. If you take a deciduous trees and all, the leaves are very broad. But here, it is going to be narrow needle. What is the reason it has to be narrow needle? Again, to reduce transpiration loss. To reduce transpiration loss. Not to protect snow freeze and all, that is different. Here, narrow needle shaped leaf, it is to reduce transpiration loss. Can anyone tell why this transpiration loss happens here? Anyway, 50 centimeter rainfall is there. Okay, so why transpiration loss has to be there? Not sunlight, see. Good. So one has given the answer for it. See, you take the soil. I'm saying that it's a 6 month snowfall. It is a long severe winter. What will happen to the soil? The soil will be frozen. Normally we call it as a permafrost. So whether in geography, whether anything they told about permafrost. So we'll see in detail in tundra. So the real permafrost you can see in the tundra. So this completely, the soil is completely frozen. It's a permafrost. Now when the soil is frozen during the winter time or in the cold time, whether the plant can take the water. No, the soil is frozen now, it cannot take the water at all. So water loss should not happen. For that only, it will have a narrow needle shaped leaves. Okay. That is the reason it should have a narrow needle shaped leaves. Okay, and then if you see the leaf, yes, the leaf is going to be thick waxy coated. Here also the leaf can be thick waxy coated. That is to protect from dry cold wind. This is to protect from dry cold wind. Dry cold wind. So let me clarify some doubts. So why it is a cone shape? Because when it is conical shape, it can, any snowfall, it can shed the snow. Okay, so that the snow should not get accumulated in the branches. Eventually it will put pressure on the branches, small branches and all will break. So that's the reason it is a conical shape. Second, permafrost means frozen soil. 6 months it's completely in the cold winter and completely a snowfall. So obviously the soil will also get frozen. When the soil is getting frozen, the water will also get frozen. Normally the frozen soil, we call it as a permafrost. The real permafrost we will discuss in tundra. We will see the tundra, we will see more detail about permafrost. But here it's a seasonal permafrost. Now the soil is frozen. Because of that reason, what happens, you see, the plant cannot take the water. So that is the time the plant should not lose more water in its transpiration. Okay. Come to the soil. How the soil will be? How the soil will be? See, it is a permafrost, it's a frozen. Whether can you find a thick layer of soil or thin layer of soil? Thin soil. Most of the time, you cannot find thick layer of soil. Definitely, this coniferous forest, it is, shallow rooted. Shallow rooted because of its thin soil. And how the decomposition here will be? Yes, definitely it will be very less. Decomposition rate will be very less, am I right? Because it's cold. I don't know, for decomposers to act better, it needs warmness. All the aerobic decomposers needs warmness. Okay, so that is about it. So coming to the animal. So from here onwards, we will start seeing the amphibians and reptiles will become very, very sparse, will become very, very less. So amphibians and reptiles will become very sparse. It will become very sparse. And from here onwards, we will start seeing lot of fur-bearing animal. Fur means, so I told you, morphological adaptation. Fur-bearing animal, migrating and hibernating animals we can find. And you can find lot of avian predators. That is bird. Avian means bird. Avian predators. Avian predator. Okay, so that is about the coniferous forest. The last one is tundra. Tundra, see, polar terrain. So when you take polar terrain, you can divide the polar terrain into two parts. The one is called tundra, the other is called polar desert. The one is called tundra, the other is called polar desert. Okay, so We will take some 5 minutes break and then we'll start. Okay, so I told about the migratory birds. Migratory in the coniferous forest. So I told about migratory birds. That's the last point I told. Avian predators. Avian predators is the last point. So yes, in the coniferous forest, during the winter time, your aerobic decomposition rate will come down. Because, if the aerobic decomposition has to successfully happen, you need to have warm and moist condition. So that factor is very less. So definitely decomposition rate is going to be very less. It will happen, but it is going to be very less. Okay, the last one is tundra. So do you know what is the tundra? So tundra, again, it's a polar terrain normally called as. So the first part is called tundra, the upper part is called polar desert. Because some people say that this entire region is tundra, not the entire region is tundra. So the one part is called real tundra, the other part, top layer, is the extension of tundra, that is the polar terrain, that is the polar desert. Okay, what is the meaning of tundra? Tundra means it's a barren land, treeless plain. So it is going to be flat, there's not going to be any trees at all. So it is going to be cold and treeless plain. Okay, first one, climatic condition of tundra. So what temperature tundra will be? The average temperature itself minus 5 degrees Celsius. The average temperature itself minus 5 degrees Celsius. So the cold temperature will go to minus 40, minus 60 and all it will go. So summer time, rarely it reaches 15 degrees Celsius. That too very rare. Summer average temperature itself will be, minus 10 something, plus 10 something. But maximum, sometimes it can reach 15 degrees Celsius. So summer time, normally 5 degree to 10 degree you will find. So there are some chances that rarely it reaches 15 degree. Beyond 15, 16 degree and all, it's not possible in the tundra, even in the summer time itself. So rainfall is going to be very less, 10 to 25 centimeter rainfall. 10 to 25 centimeter rainfall. And it is believed that this would have during the last ice age. Yeah, tundra only. I'm talking about tundra only. The tundra probably would have been formed in the last ice age. So again, it is going. So as I told you, it is going to be a very, very long winter, which is very shortest summer. I'm right. Summer is going to be very, very short. And again, tundra is also found only in the northern hemisphere. So tundra is also only formed like taiga. Tundra is also only found in the northern hemisphere. So it is not in the southern hemisphere. In that latitude, we don't have a landmass. So it is covered by ocean. So we don't find that. Okay. So what you can find in tundra? Probably you can find, normally in tundra, the land is going to be very flat. So runoff is going to be very, very less. So you can find a lot of lakes, streams, bogs and all you can find. So a little bit of, but vegetation wise, most of the time it is dominated by a lot of ground hugging plants. Ground hugging plants. When come to ground hugging plants, some of the famous is mosses, lichens, liverwort, cotton grass, cotton grasses, some herbs and all will be there. You can find this, all are ground dwelling plants. So all, the species diversity is also going to be very, very less diversity, and their life is also going to be very short lifespan. So sometime during the summer month, yes, the possibility that the insect activity, bird activity will increase. So flowering and all will happen. So pollination, the insect and birds like small puffins and all will come. Some insects will dominate. So during the summer, pollination will happen. Some flowering plants and all can come. That too ground hugging flowering plants. So pollination happen during the summer month. and you can find a lot of migratory birds and migratory species. You will find a lot of migratory species. Migratory birds will be dominant. Now, see this tundra, it's like this. It's completely it's a cold temperature. It's completely a treeless plain. Am I right? So why we are not able to find a large trees in tundra? Permafrost. Actually, this is what permafrost. That is, the entire soil is frozen. The entire soil is frozen. Suppose if you want to see how the soil is frozen, if you just do a cut section, and if you see it, this is how our tundra will be. You see? The soil is frozen. The entire rock is frozen. So how many meters? It can go for even a mile. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer, it's frozen, still from the ice age period. So now if it is completely frozen, so the top layer will have a small soil layer where some grasses and all is there. So whether large trees can be there, because the root cannot penetrate. So that is the reason tundra is a treeless plain. Okay, permafrost. So this is what we call it as a real permafrost. So what is a permafrost? So what is the definition of a permafrost? So just make note. Water trapped in the soil. Water trapped in the soil freezes below sub-zero temperature. Freezes below sub-zero temperature. Okay. So normally they say that 2 consecutive years it has to be frozen. The criteria for any permafrost is 2 consecutive years it has to be frozen. 2 consecutive years it has to be frozen. So the permafrost today what we find is frozen for more than 1,000 years. 1,000 years it has been frozen. So many years it has been frozen, and at the same time it has been frozen for many meters. It can even go for a mile. And its frozen condition is in such a way that if you break this permafrost, if you break this ice, inside you can find some frozen mammal. Some dogs and all would have died 600 to 700 years ago, but still it is edible. If you want to eat it, you can eat it. Just imagine, that is it is cold in such a way that the decomposition has never happened at all. Even now it is edible. But that frozen mammal would have that mammal would have been died 600 to 700 years back. So still it is edible. So just imagine what is the level of temperature that is experiencing. That is what a real permafrost. Okay, most of the time it is completely cold, and you can see a water. So normally here you can see a water, here you can see a water. Because of its cold condition, runoff and all does not happen. The land is also very flat top, and permafrost makes all the water on the top. Suppose it's a water body like a lake. Go and keep the leg. You will find that your leg is placed on a thick ice graft. Even here also you can see a water. So this water is going to be very cold water, but you can see that below that it's going to be ice, complete ice. So all the water will come on the top. So no evaporation. Of course, evaporation is going to be very less. The runoff is also going to be very, very less. So that is a real condition of thing. So now because of this permafrost, it will limit the plant growth. It will limit the plant growth. So soil, nutrient, microbes and all is not present at all. Is not present at all. Now this region, right now what is the condition of this region? Permafrost. So probably you may think that this region is a remote region, but I will say that this is one of the most exploited region. The reason is inside this permafrost, lot of oil and gases is available. So most of the time, this Russia and US is fighting for this gas resources. So a lot of oil exploration happens in this permafrost. So it is highly exploited. A lot of oil exploration is happening in the site. At the same time, this region is used as a waste dumping site. So all the waste from the northern countries is being dumped in this permafrost. So I will say that this region is not a remote region, it's also highly exploited. It's also more polluted and more economic activities happening. Once upon a time, Eskimos were there. So after the civilization, this Eskimos was, because when the Eskimos were there, they were in harmony in this permafrost. But after some point of time, the civilization, today Eskimos are not at all there. So that's how this permafrost is something which is highly exploited as a waste drainage and also for the oil exploration. Okay, so I told you, see, this oil and all would have formed many years back, even before the Ice Age period it would have been formed. And second thing, decomposition, if it does not happen only, you will get oil, right? But rather than decomposition, if it is decomposed, probably the carbon is going to come out. If it is not decomposed, if it is entering into high temperature and pressure, then only it is getting converted into fossil fuel. That is what I told you. But anyway, before that it was formed. It's not during only the Ice Age it got formed. So that's all. Okay, so that is one feature. The second is, right now what is happening in the permafrost is, we are finding a unique phenomena that is happening in the permafrost, that is permafrost melting. Also it is called as permafrost thawing. Permafrost melting, also it is called as permafrost thawing. Permafrost melting, also called as permafrost thawing. So now, when it is getting melted, what will happen? So first thing, why it is getting melted? Global climate change, am I right? So because of emission of a lot of greenhouse gases, the surface temperature is increasing. Because of that, the permafrost is getting melted. Now, because of this permafrost melting, what is going to happen? Just imagine, when the soil layer is getting defreezing, what will happen? The entire soil layer will get destabilized, am I right? So that's what you can see here. The Siberian roads is getting a lot of crack, it's getting uplifting. And you can see this building. See, many people are not aware that 85% of the Arctic is sitting on the permafrost. So almost, I will say that 25% of the northern hemisphere is in the permafrost. 25% of the northern hemisphere is sitting on the permafrost. So approximately 35 million people is residing on the permafrost with a lot of infrastructures and all. 35 million people is staying on the permafrost with a lot of infrastructures. So now what is going to happen because of that? Definitely a lot of infrastructure is happening. So that is what in near the Siberia and all the buildings are getting collapsed because the soil layer, it's getting defreezing. Am I right? It is getting destabilized. So when the soil layer defreezes, automatically the soil layer is going to get destabilized, and this is happening. The Siberian roads and all is getting uplifted. Lot of infrastructure we are losing. Okay, that is one. 35 million people is going to get affected. That is one. The second is, the next biggest problem is, inside the permafrost, we have lot of trapped carbon dioxide and methane. So we have a lot of trapped carbon dioxide and methane. So sea level rise is also there, but it's very marginal. It will also contribute to the sea level rise, but apart from that, trapped carbon dioxide and methane. Now, when it is getting melted, the carbon dioxide and methane is going to come out. What it will do? It will again increase the global warming. So further global warming is going to get induced. So further global warming is going to get induced. That's another thing. And the third one, which is more dangerous, inside this permafrost, it is believed that there are some deadly bacteria and viruses. Normally they refer as zombie disease. You would have heard about zombie coming from the dead, am I right? See, these bacteria and viruses which are in the cryo death. In the sub-zero, they are dead. So once it is getting melted, now this bacteria viruses is going to come out where it is going to get optimum temperature and it is going to get activated. And sometimes they say that this zombie diseases, the bacteria and viruses are very dangerous than HIV. So such a viruses and bacteria and all is there inside. So which is more risky. And also the Siberian government, the Russian government has said that the 2016 anthrax outbreak is only because of the permafrost melting. So slowly we are getting a lot of cases. So more disease is also going to come, like coronavirus, more diseases, pandemic, who knows it, epidemic or pandemic may come because of this permafrost melting. That's another feature, another negative effect we are going to find because of this permafrost melting. No, we do not know how it will react. So that and all we cannot predict it. So it is believed that when it comes out, it will get activated. So we do not know how well it is going to be contagious. So how the genetic mutation happens, that and all we need to see, wait and watch. But they believe it's a deadly virus, bacteria, which is not safe. So whether it is going to get confined in that particular region, it is going to, travel. So probably it has a host. Yes, it can move from one host to another host. We do not know the virulence of it. So we do not know that. As of now, they say that it's a deadly virus. So now these are the consequences we are going to find because of this permafrost melting. Okay. So that is about it. Further you move above, that comes the polar deserts, the polar terrain, which is an icy continent, that is Arctic of northern hemisphere, Antarctic of southern hemisphere. So normally you can find, so vegetation, generally you can find, suppose if you find any vegetation or something, obviously it is going to be cryo vegetation. You know what is cryo? Sub-zero, am I right? So minus 70, minus 80 and all, it will survive. So probably in the sub-zero temperature, it may enter into death, cryo death. Okay, and definitely you can find some ponds, fishes and all. So anyway, it's an ocean. If you take Arctic, in Antarctic also, the landmass is also surrounded by ocean. So definitely you can find some fishes and all. They will have anti-freezing cells. Anti-freezing cells. And Antarctica is also very famous for insects. Antarctica is also very famous for insects. And anyway, in climate change, we will discuss more about Arctic and Antarctic. So how the melting and all happens. So what is the major difference between Arctic and Antarctic? Arctic is an ocean, right? Arctic is completely an ocean. On the ocean, the ice cap is floating. But Antarctica is a continent where the ice water is surrounded, cold ice water is surrounded. And you can see the top predators, the major species. When you come to the Arctic, it's polar bear. So it will have a lot of fur, and as I told you, it will have thick fat deposits to maintain its body temperature, and during the winter and all, it will do hibernation. The entire winter, it will try to escape from the time by hibernation. So when you come to Antarctic, so penguin is a most dominant species. So whether they interchange their place, so it's we are not very clear. It seems that yes, polar bear and Arctic, they try to interchange, but the thing is they were not able to cross the equator. They cannot move beyond the temperate to tropical. So that's the reason Arctic, it is confined, the polar bear is confined, whereas Antarctica, it is only the penguin is confined. Okay, so that is about the polar terrain. So polar desert, normally they don't ask. So they will ask on tundra, taiga. Most of the time the questions are from tundra, taiga, tropical rainforest, desert. The maximum questions generally come from, sometimes from grasslands. Okay, so that is about the terrestrial ecosystem. So now we have to move on to the next ecosystem, that is aquatic ecosystem. So okay, in aquatic ecosystem, most of the time the question will be from various habitat, aquatic habitat. So normally from mangroves, seagrass bed, coral reef, concept of wetland. This is a 4 region they will ask for. But anyway, before we get into that 4 habitat, first we need to understand some basic of aquatic ecosystem. So normally what are the different life forms in aquatic? So general classification, ecological classification. So what are the different zones? For example, if you take a ocean, so ocean can be the depth of 4-5 kilometers. So the species that survives in the top of the ocean cannot be in the bottom. Am I right? The species that survives in the ocean cannot survive in the lake. So definitely both are habitat. There is different abiotic condition. So we need to understand in the ocean there are different life zones. So what are the various life zones? What type of organism survives in that particular life zone? We need to understand. Okay, that's the first thing. Then directly we will get into the various, the habitat. So in this first thing is an energy driver. So even in aquatic also we have the same primary producer, herbivore, carnivore, top carnivore. The sun is the source of energy. The same 10% rule law always follows. So how the sun's ray enter? Because here it is totally different. It's not like a land. In a land, the sun comes and hits the land. Probably it is taken by the plant, taken by the soil and all. But in aquatic, the sunlight will penetrate. Am I right? The chances are the sunlight will penetrate. Okay, can you tell me, oceanography is over? Okay, how many meters the sunlight will penetrate? How many meters the sunlight will penetrate? Very good. 500 to 1000 meters the sunlight will penetrate. Am I right? So 500 meters lighting bagla. But photosynthesis, it can be effectively for 100 to 200 meters. Okay, 100 meters very effectively it will be. Even up to 200 meters also you can find. You can find some plant organism, one who does that photosynthetic activity. Okay, when the sunlight enters, and of course the photosynthetic activity depends on the clarity of the water. If the water is more, has got a lot of silt and it's more coagulant, normally the sunlight cannot penetrate. Am I right? So if it has more mud and all, penetration of the sunlight is going to be very poor. So if the water is very clear, the sunlight can penetrate very easily. As a light, it can go up to, as a light and heat, it can go up to 500 to 1000 meters. Okay, that is what, if you see the chart. So oceanography, they would have taken you the temperature chart and ocean temperature chart and salinity chart. In the temperature chart, you can see the so that is what you have seen in the temperature chart of the ocean. So probably they would have shown a chart like this. So up to 1000 meter, it will be having some 24, 23 and all. Then after that, the thermocline will happen. Then it goes like this at the bottom of the ocean. So 500 to 1000 is going to be the 1000 is going to be the where they can find a light, a moderate light. But 100 to 200 meter where the photosynthetic activity will happen. Am I right? That's the first thing. So when you take a light, the different spectrum of light will come, because light itself has some VIBGYOR. Am I right? Violet, am I right? Indigo. So the different spectrum it has got, green and blue, yellow and all. So in this, which will penetrate more, which will penetrate less? That is what, if you see the light, so when the light hits the ocean body or any water body, some of the rays will get reflected. The water body, the water surface will reflect some of the rays. So in that, some few like red, orange and all will enter for few meters and it will get disappeared. And it is the green and the blue can penetrate better. Of course, it's a blue which is going to can go, for more than many meters. So that's how the reflection of the particles, it will reflect the blue color where the ocean seems to be a blue color. So that's how you can see the green also enter. So where, the photosynthetic and all can happen up to 100 to 200 meters. Okay, so first one is we need to see the terms. Let's see the terms. So if you take a water body, it can be a ocean water, it can be a fresh water, or it can be running water. Right? Anything it can be. So basically they divide into different habitat, that is lentic habitat versus lotic habitat. Lentic habitat, lotic habitat. Lentic habitat, lotic habitat. So lentic habitat, it is nothing but it is still water. It is a static water. Static water. It can be further divided into two types. So we have two types of still water. What is that? One is fresh water, lakes and all. Lakes, ponds, all water bodies, including dams, man-made dams. All comes under the lake. It's nothing but fresh water. So we term it as fresh water. Then comes the saline water, which is ocean. Saline water, this thing. The next comes the lotic. Lotic is nothing but running water. So running water, it is nothing but our river. So always river is a fresh water. Okay, so river is always a fresh water. Alright, most of the time it's a fresh water. So these are two terms always they will refer. Okay, the next one is ecological classification. Ecological classification. Ecological classification. So we classify into four types broadly, because within aquatic we have different types of species. We have shrimps, we have squids, we have shark, we have different types of fishes, we have different types of mollusks, and many microscopic organisms. So if we take it diversity wise, it will run into thousands and thousands of diversities. So broadly in ecological concept we divide into four types. The first is called Newton. The first is called Newton. What is a Newton? See, these are the organisms that survives in the land-water interface. Sorry, air-water interface. You see, it is standing on the water. These are the organisms that survives on the air-water interface. Air-water interface. So now what is doing, you see, it is standing on the water. Alright. So is it possible for us to stand on the water? It is possible. For that you need to stretch your leg. So that is, if you are able to distribute your weight uniformly, yes, we can do it. So what is that physical principle is called? Buoyancy, but real. So what it is trying to do? Now you see it has a widely spaced legs. You see the legs? It has a widely spaced leg. So that is, it is increasing the surface area to volume ratio. Okay, so increase surface area to volume ratio. Increase surface area to volume ratio. So that widely spaced leg, it tries to do that. That is the reason it is able to stand on the water. But anyway, since it is standing on the water for a very long period of time, it has to get exposed to more sunlight, especially in the morning time. So that is how its adaptation is. It will have a UV resistant skin or feather. It will have UV resistant skin or feather. The second one adaptation is, since it is standing on the water for a long period of time, it has more risk. That is, it can get a predator from the water body. Some fishes can come and it can consume it. And at the same time, on the top, some birds can also come and eat it. So it has a more risk. So definitely, it should have some mechanism. I'm right. It should have some defense mechanism. So for that, it will have a specialized eyes which is called divided eye. Divided eye. So divided eye in the sense, it can see the bottom, it can see the top immediately. So that at any point of time, it can be vigil. Even a small movement on the top, small movement at the bottom, immediately it will sense it, it will see it, and immediately it will fly. So that from the bottom and from the top, the predator will not predate. Okay, that is the first classification, Newton. Okay, the next second one is called plankton. See, planktons are called passively drifting. And sometimes, most of the time, planktons are microscopic. But some planktons are macroscopic also. But many planktons are microscopic. Planktons means passively drifting. That is, they cannot swim. They cannot move on their own most of the time. So because of the ocean current, ocean movement, or any wind movement and all, it moves from one place to another place. Or even if it moves very slowly. Sometimes some plankton and all will have a flagellate. So with that, it will try to move it very slowly. Normally, many will be microscopic. Okay. So when you take plankton, we have two types of plankton. The one, what you see here, this is a phytoplankton. This is what you see is the zooplankton. Phytoplankton, zooplankton. Phytoplankton is nothing but photosynthetic. It's nothing but algae. Algae is phytoplankton. It is a photosynthetic. Now they are the major primary producer in the ocean. Because in the land, we have plants and trees. They are the primary producer. But in the ocean, floating plants are there, but it's very less. Most of the primary production in the ocean is done only by this phytoplankton. Phytoplankton is algae. So either in the lake also you will find, even in the ocean also we can find. When you come to the ocean, since ocean is the highest primary production, so when you come to ocean, 85% of the primary production in the ocean is done by two phytoplankton. So you have to refer, you have to see, that is diatom and dinoflagellate. Diatom and dinoflagellate. So there are 10 taxonomic groups. In this, the two phytoplankton, diatom and dinoflagellate, is a major, primary producer. They only do the 85% of primary production in this ocean, this algae. Okay. So what determines this algae? See, it is also in the ocean, it is on the lake. Lake, you will find some BG algae, cyanobacteria and all will be there. In ocean, diatoms and dinoflagellate will play a role. So now, what determines the growth of a phytoplankton? Because these are the primary producer. So everything starts from here. So this is a primary producer, this is a primary consumer. Zooplankton is nothing but a primary consumer. So from there only the next level and next level grows. So how trees and plants for the land, terrestrial primary production, the same primary production is done only by the diatom and dinoflagellate. Okay, so what determines this diatom and dinoflagellate? What determines the growth of diatoms and dinoflagellate? So the factors are 3 factors. The first factor is temperature. Temperature. Yes, warm condition can promote more phytoplanktons. If the water is warm, definitely the phytoplankton growth will be more, better. The second is nutrient. When you have a good amount of nutrient, then obviously the growth of the phytoplankton will be more. When nutrient is more phytoplankton growth will happen, which will completely destabilize the entire ecosystem. Okay, adu naladilla. Okay, optimum nutrient for that water body should be there. So more nutrient, more phytoplankton growth will happen. So that will also, destabilize the entire ecosystem. It will start taking all the nutrients. It will start taking all the nutrients. It will become more competitive, which will create much more problems. So nutrient. And the third one is salinity. Salt. When I say salinity, there are some phytoplankton which can only survive in the ocean water, salt water. Some phytoplankton only can survive in the lake water, fresh waters. Suppose the phytoplankton which needs a salinity, there is a phytoplankton which is called red tide. Suppose you bring that red tide and put it in the lake, within 12 to 13 hours it will die. So we have different types of algae, which is in the ocean algae, lake algae. So some algae can survive in both conditions. That is very rare, but most of the time this ocean algae cannot survive in the lake algae. The lake algae cannot survive in the ocean. Now, in this diatom and dinoflagellate, which is major primary producer, which do maximum photosynthetic, some are good algae, some particular type of a dinoflagellate diatom is a bad algae. So normally we call them as harmful algae bloom, HAB, which is a concern for any aquatic body. Harmful algae bloom, HAB. Suppose algae bloom means it's growing like a colony. Suppose if the algae grows like a colony, and if it is a harmful, so I told you in commensalism, am I right? You remember that is something called HAB. Problem is it will produce a toxin. It's always commensalistic relationship. It will produce a toxin. The toxin will go and kill all the fishes and aquatic organisms. So that is a concern. Normally the toxin is called neurotoxin. Neuro, neuro. Neurotoxin, which is very harmful for the aquatic organism. That is, it will kill all the species. So always we need to ensure that this HAB is completely in the control. So a particular type of a diatom or dinoflagellate will be a HAB. So within dinoflagellate, within diatom, we have many types of dinoflagellate. Within that, a few types always is a HAB. So when it is getting formed is, suppose when you let out some nutrient like fertilizers, sewage and all into the lake body or into the ocean body, that time this HAB can get created, which can completely destabilize the system. Okay, and sometimes some dinoflagellate diatom can also have their own light. They can create their own light. Suppose few months back in Bisan Nagar, in the Eliot's beach, you can find some light and all was there. In the ocean, there was some blue light, and also there was something sparkle, green sparkle, blue sparkle and all was there, even the Karnataka in Mumbai and all. So that is, it is nothing but this dinoflagellate can create their own light. That light is called bioluminescence. Some dinoflagellate, not everyone. Bioluminescence, that is biological light. See, bacteria is totally different, plankton is totally different. Bacteria, something, plankton is something a primary producer. Bacteria, sometimes it can be a parasite or something it can be. Okay. So we have one type of a bacteria, that is cyanobacteria, that is totally different. That is a blue-green algae. That is also an algae. Okay, in ocean only, we call this red tide. Ocean la, we call it as red tide. Red tide is nothing but a harmful algae bloom that survives only in the ocean. Normally comes in the Pacific Ocean and all. Everything is a harmful algae bloom. There are many, dinoflagellate is responsible for it. In that one particular type of a dinoflagellate is called red tide. REDTID. REDTID, red tide. See, red tide means don't think anything related to tide and all. It is a harmful algae bloom. See, HAB can create bioluminescence. It cannot create bioluminescence. Yes, in this case, this particular dinoflagellate which recently created in India, it is a bad algae. It's a harmful algae because it is disturbing other species. Yes, this harmful algae bloom can be triggered. We will see more in water pollution. This harmful algae bloom can be triggered by some industrial effluents, some fertilizers, or even by the sewage. That's also possible. But by and large, these are the primary producers in the ocean. 85% of the primary production is done by the diatom and dinoflagellate. So try to see more about algae. Okay, so we also have a macro algae that is called seaweed. So try to see about this also. It is a macro algae. It's called seaweed. Okay, then comes the zooplankton. So nothing much about zooplankton. Zooplankton means zoological. It's an animal. Basically, normally they feed on the phytoplankton. So they are also very passively drifting. So we have many types of zooplankton. So they are the primary consumers. So they are both are very important for the food chain in aquatic ecosystem. Okay, so then the zooplankton will consume the phytoplankton. In turn, the fishes, small fishes and all will consume the zooplankton so that the food chain goes on. Okay, then the third category is called nekton. Nekton, nekton. So within nekton, we have different types of nektons. So start from worms and everything, very many types of nektons we have. So the so fishes and fishes, crabs, marine turtles, everything will come under nekton. So how can you differentiate a nekton? Normally, we can only compare with a plankton. Basically, it is a large size animal, okay, and it can be a reptile, mammal, anything. It can be large size, and it's a powerful swimmer. It's a large size, powerful swimmer. That is, they swim independent of water movement. It's a large size and powerful swimmer. They swim independent of water movement. Okay, independent of water movement. So that's about the nekton. So within nekton, we may have fish, crabs, some prawns, squids, and the various marine mammals like dugong, manatee, sharks. So we have different categories of species, reptiles, mammals, and all. So everything comes under the nekton. So then last one is, anyway, when you come to the bottom of the lake, bottom of the ocean and all, so what you find is called the benthos. So you can find some starfish disasters, some octopus, all right. So these are all called as benthos. So these are all animals at the bottom dwelling, normally bottom dwelling animals. Normally if you see this animal, these animals basically have a poor skeletons. Normally you can see that it's have a very poor skeleton. It will be very fleshy. The reason is at the bottom of any ocean, you cannot find any primary producer. It's going to be very dark. So there will not be any primary producers and all. So that is what here it is a poor skeleton. It is very fleshy. The reason is when it opens its mouth, it can open 2 times of its body size. The reason is whatever it gets, it has to catch and eat it. So since it's fleshy, you cannot keep your hand. Sometimes it can also catch your hand. Sometimes it can also eat the hand. So it will have a very strong digestive enzyme because it is at the bottom, like 4 kilometer or 5 kilometer under the ocean, any Atlantic or Indian Ocean or Pacific Ocean. So where it does not have any other source of food. So most of the time what it will try to do is, it will try to cut down their food requirement, and apart from that, whatever it gets, it will try to consume it. So that's how it's called the benthos. B-N-T-H-O-S, benthos. It is a bottom dwelling organism. Okay, broadly it is a 4 categories of species. Now, when you take any aquatic body, whether it's a lake or ocean, we have different life zones. So when you want to really see the life zone, if you take a lake, we can find 13 to 14 life zones, various region. When you take an ocean, it is more than 24 to 25. So for UPSC point of view, it's not needed. So only 3 to 4 major life zones is more than sufficient. So now we will get into the life zones. So here you can see any aquatic life zone. So I'm going to only explain the major life zone. For example, this is the land and water. So from the land, if you move on, if you get into it, so the first zone what you find is the littoral zone, or if you want here, I can just see this. So assume it's a land. From the land, if you enter into the water body, so the shallow region, this region where the land and the water converges is called the littoral zone. It's called the littoral zone. Littoral zone. So the first zone is littoral zone. The second zone, if you come to the central part of a lake or central part of the ocean, this entire central part, we can call it as pelagic zone. We can call it as pelagic zone. We can call it as pelagic zone. Okay, normally the bottom portion is called benthic zone. The bottom portion is called benthic zone. Okay, and then you can see this picture. So that's what, as I told you, one is littoral zone. Okay, we have neritic zone, limnitic zone, so everything you don't want to see it. So the central portion is called the pelagic zone. So the bottom portion is called the benthic zone. So wherever the light enters, photosynthetic happens, it is called photic zone. Wherever the light enters, where the photosynthesis happens, it's called the photic zone. Okay, wherever the light does not enter, we call it as aphotic zone or profoundal zone. Wherever the light does not enter, we call it as aphotic zone or profoundal zone. Profoundal or aphotic, that is light does not enter. This level normally we call it as light compensation level. So let me say like 500 meters or something. That's called light compensation level. Light compensation level. See, the central portion of any ocean, the central portion of any, see if you take a lake, probably let me just, for example, let me take a lake. So this is a land, assume that this is a land, this is a lake, water body. So I will say that this will be the littoral zone, am I right? Probably littoral zone. The central zone is your pelagic zone. The bottom zone is going to be your benthic zone. For example, suppose if I draw a side view of it, probably this is going to be your benthic zone. All the bottom portion is called the benthic zone. So these three zones is more than sufficient. Okay, what is light compensation? See, pelagic zone, that is what the central portion is called pelagic zone. What is light compensation level is? That is where the light goes. Beyond that, light does not go. Slowly the light intensity reduces so that it becomes darkness. So when you come to the bottom, like, when you come to the lower bottom, like the benthic and all, benthos, where benthos survives in the in the deep of the ocean and all, we call it as a, benthos, benthic zone, where you don't find light. It's going to be completely dark. Okay. So coming to the littoral zone. So we'll see just some of the aspects of littoral zone. So what is the littoral zone? As I told you, this littoral zone is going to be the shallow region. It is a shallow region where the land and the water meets, right? So this is something, a transition zone. I will say this zone is highly productive zone. This littoral zone is always highly productive zone, ecologically productive zone. Why? How it is going to be ecologically productive zone? Why it has to be ecologically productive zone? First thing, you can see it is a ecotone. It's a convergence of two ecosystem. Am I right? The second is sunlight can touch the bottom. Am I right? The third is the nutrients and all will come from the land. So land like erosion process, the nutrient will come. If it is in the ocean, you know marine upwelling. Probably they have told you marine upwelling. In the cold water when it uprises, that time always the cold water when it uprises, suppose by chance if it comes in the littoral zone, that time it will bring nutrients and fishes and all. So that is what it will have a very good abiotic condition and biotic condition. So it's ecologically productive. So most of the fishes, most of the organisms survives here. This is what a breeding ground for most of the fishes and most of the aquatic organism. If you come to a littoral zone, ocean, continental shelf is going to be a littoral zone. So where most of the marine turtles, marine mammals and all survives there. So all the important habitat like coral, mangroves, everything will be in the littoral zone. So that is what, it's a breeding ground. It is where most of the decomposition activity will happen. Most of the organism comes and hides here. If any organism wants food and shelter, it will come here. So that is what, it comes for the breeding, it comes for the food and shelter. Because it is a convergence zone, ecotone. So if you take a estuary, mangroves, coral reefs, all will fall under the littoral zone. That is where the maximum productivity will be there. Okay, pelagic zone. So what you will find in the pelagic zone? So all other major nectons and all you will find. Anyway, on the top you will find some Newston, phytoplankton, zooplankton and all will be there. But most of the time when you go below, definitely you can find lot of nectons. So now the food for the necton is either from the top they have to get it, or probably it has to go to the littoral zone and get it. Or if it wants oxygen also, it will go to the top. Okay, that is a plankton, that is a pelagic zone. Normally from this and all they will not ask question. Benthos, bottom. When you take a bottom, see there are some conditions of bottom of the ocean. So how they assume it's the ocean. So whether sunlight is there? Okay, no sunlight, am I right? No sunlight, definitely it is going to be dark. And temperature, how it will be? If you take any bottom of the ocean, it is going to be low temperature, am I right? The temperature will come to 0, 4 degree. And how is the pressure? It's going to be high pressure. Anyway, salinity will be maintained, am I right? The 33 parts will be across on the top salinity will be 35, 36, but even at the bottom 33 will be there. So temperature, oxygen, yes, sufficient oxygen will be present. So we cannot say no oxygen, sufficient oxygen will be present. So that is a condition for the benthic zone. So because of this condition, Since there is no primary producer, so no sunlight, no primary producers. So since it's a low temperature, darkness and all, definitely, as I told you, it has to eat whatever it gets. So normally it will cut down its food requirement. In the benthos will cut down the food requirement, and most of the time you can see that this region is a one where the species has to have a very special adaptation, because it has to survive in a high pressure, low temperature. And since it's completely dark, as I told you, this is a species, they need to have their own light. That is what this is called, bioluminescence. It will have their own light, which is called bioluminescence, biological light. Now, how a light is getting produced is, it seems that they don't produce their own light. It is a symbiotic bacteria is producing the light. So a symbiotic bacteria may be attached to this, species, and it is thought that this bacteria only produces the light. The symbiotic bacteria only produces the light most of the time. Okay, so normally symbiotic bacteria, that is the bacteria will try to produce the light. In turn, the organism, the benthos or nectons will provide the food and habitat for the particular bacteria. So these are the three zones we have. So with this we will stop. So any doubts, please ask me. We will continue the next session. So any doubts, please ask me. அதான் calculate பண்ணி தான கொடுக்குறாங்க. See, that is measured. See, how a rainfall is getting calculated is that is measured from various places. Average, they will have some equipments. So in that they will collect it from directly from that. They will collect it. They will have some mathematical formulas and calculation. Then based on that only they reveal how much centimeters of thing. Okay. So other than Chennai rainfall, everything is calculated in that way. They will have some stations, various stations. See how nutrient come to the ocean. So from the land, the nutrients enters, right? So from the land, when any erosion process happens, so that time the soil nutrients is leaching away and entering into the ocean. That is one way the ocean can get. The other way is cold upwelling. During the upwelling, the nutrients present at the bottom of the, at the little depth of the ocean also comes to the top. Okay, so that's all. See, salinity is one factor for the diatom and dinoflagellate. See, some diatom and dinoflagellate only survives in the salt water. So that is how I'm saying salinity is related. See, when you want to see the zone, limnitic zone, there are many zones. Part of some, we have neritic zone and all. See, within pelagic zone, it is divided into multiple zones. So we don't want to go to that level. It's waste of time. So what is antelope is, actually deer and all come under the antelope category. It's a type of herbivore, which is a mammal. Yes, this benthos, bioluminescence, it is something biological light. The organism creates a light, but it is not created by them. It is created by a symbiotic bacteria. That is called bioluminescence. So the symbiotic bacteria will provide the light. In turn, the benthic organism or necton will provide the habitat and food for that particular bacteria. See, to find its prey, it is very dark. No, this entire region is very dark, so it cannot see. Most of the time, many organisms even will not have the eyes at all. So that is the reason they want to, catch the prey. For that only they have it. See, algae bloom, don't bother about it. Anyway, we will discuss more about algae bloom, further about phytoplankton in the water pollution. So prelims, please prepare for the prelims. Please don't avoid the prelims. So think this is your last prelims. Then definitely for the next 2 months, you will be very serious. So if you think as next year, probably you will become very lethargy. So you should not have that attitude at all. Unless otherwise you have any real constraint like job or something. So if you are into full-time preparation, then this prelims you should have. Even if you are working also does not matter. You should keep this is your last prelim. Then only you will be very serious. So never keep, as next year. So next day does not come, next year does not come. Okay, so better always, prepare for this year. So never postpone it, never neglect it. So where are the doubts? Any other doubts? See, coniferous forest is a common name. You can find it in the higher latitude. On the top of the mountain, we use a term called alpine. Alpine is a term which is used for alpine. Yes, in deserts also you can find some antelopes. Polar desert and all, it will be, minus 80, minus 100 it will go. The temperature will be the least bottom temperature. Come on. Okay. Thank you. Yes, coniferous forest is a common name that is found in the subpolar. Yes, that is what in the subpolar. Okay, thank you. We will see in the next class whether in coniferous forest also migratory species. Yes, definitely coniferous means migratory only. See, everywhere ecotone will be there. Even inside a forest, if you construct a road, from the road to the forest land, you find convergence, a man-made ecosystem plus a natural ecosystem. In that also you can find ecotone. So ecotone is not only confined to Saman and all, everywhere ecotone is there. Ecotone is a common concept. Okay, alpine means, actually the alpine, it is the higher. So probably it comes from the pine, P-I-N-E. So pine is most of the tree which you can find in the higher altitude. So from that, they started calling us alpine. So deciduous forest, the temperature of a deciduous forest will be approximately 30 to 35 during the summer and minus 5 degree in the winter. It can go up to. Yes, definitely. Oases have water in deserts. Yes, that is what. The same water body in the desert we call it as oasis. The different terms we give it. See, soil is melting. Defreezing means I'm saying melting. If the soil is melting, what will happen? Deciduous forest, see, tropical deciduous forest, it is all in the entire tropical belt. Even in the entire India has maximum tropical deciduous forest. So near the tropical rainforest till the grassland, you will find mixture of tropical deciduous and grassland. Temperate deciduous forest, you can find it in the European belt. Okay, any other doubts? So next section is aquatic ecosystem and biodiversity, probably in the next class. So not this week, probably even after, probably in the next week. Next Saturday, Sunday, not the coming Saturday, Sunday. Next Saturday, Sunday, we will have class. Okay. Okay, so with this we will close. We will see in the next class. So I cannot understand. Could you please forward the deck for the completed portion means? What is it? I cannot understand. Sindhya Ashoka. See, that is, I will do it at the end of the session. Okay, not now. So probably after biodiversity, I will give it. Because that's how given for all the thing. I want you to read the, this book, essay book. The information which is not in the essay book only, it will be in the PPT. And whatever I have taken, that I will just share it. Okay, thank you. Good night. So with this, we will see in the next class.